This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a very precious scene here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I'm sitting up on quarantine with my new favorite herd of elephants, and this is the same little newborn calf that I met yesterday or the day before. How exciting! It is a very young calf currently hiding in between mum and another relative, but we've been watching it play and play up here on quarantine, trying to nurse and then moving around and trying to throw itself at anything that comes in its way. What a lovely scene to start our day with a herd of elephants. My name is Tessa. I'm going to be your guide on safari here this afternoon. Behind the camera is Owen. And I'm sure you can imagine we are so happy to be starting such a lovely afternoon with a baby elephant. So we are very lucky. It is still completely overcast. It has been all day. As much as it's warm, it's probably around 30 degrees Celsius. There's a lovely breeze. And because it's overcast, the elephants are taking advantage of this weather to be out and about with the family. So I am hoping that this little one comes out and shows us a little bit more attitude as the afternoon goes on, because as it's giving attitude and pushing out its ears, you can see it hasn't quite grown into them yet. But at the moment, just enjoying a peaceful moment, nursing some nice warm milk from mum. We would love to hear from you this afternoon, so please, if you have any questions or comments and you want to let us know how sweet and adorable this little baby elephant is, please let us know. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Or you can register on the WildEarth website, head over to the channel page and submit your questions and comments there. So it definitely seems as though this little one has quite a lot more confidence than I would expect from a newborn elephant. As much as the older elephants around are spreading out and moving as they normally would, feeding through the open area, looking for some marula fruits and any nice fresh vegetation, this little one is gaining in confidence. I was so impressed the first time I met it. It came running straight past the vehicle, full confidence, throwing its trunk around, and it did the same thing today when we arrived. And in fact, it was trying to give the tree a bit of attitude as well. But at the moment, it seems like our little family is just enjoying a small patch of shade underneath the big marula tree as the sun is breaking through the clouds. And speaking of the sun and a lot of clouds, because we do have a lot of them today, I'm going to stick with these elephants, try and reposition to get you a better view of this baby. And in the meantime, we will have a look at what our weather is doing for the afternoon.
Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the other half of the Djuma team, Team Wendy, who has started at Gowrie Dam. Not much going on, but it's always nice to start and just spend some time in a water body. The usual suspects are here. But it's extremely overcast. The sun didn't really come out much today, not at all. So we've got the same conditions as we had this morning. But I'm hoping it brightens up just a little bit. I find ambient light or lack of a little bit difficult to work with. Good afternoon, my name is Lauren and I do have Kat on camera once again. And we're going to spend a little bit of time here to just see what we can see. Then we're going to go back to see if Tlalamba has crossed in. I don't think she will have. I think she's on a kill in Torchwood. But we've got to keep checking, one of us. Either Tessa or myself, keep checking. If the tracks come back in, then that's a good sign. They're back on the reserve. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to keep up with Tlalamba. Hopefully I'll get an active hyena den at some point. That's definitely on the bucket list. And maybe one of us will get a look at Mareebs. Well, we think it's... Actually, I shouldn't be saying that. There is a kill in the Mulwati on the southern side. And we're thinking it's Mareebs just because he was called in yesterday in that area and Tessa was following up. Our squirrel's not here today, which is rather unfortunate. I was getting used to seeing her every day go about her business. Eddie, you're saying so good to see there are still 7. Oh, okay. I don't have a monitor. FC, you just need to let me know what we're looking at. Okay. You're talking about the goslings. Yes, there are still 7. Yes, that's good news because obviously the chick mortality rate is actually very high. They've done remarkably well and I can see they're getting so much bigger. And the ones at Chitwa are huge, it's very cute. Maybe we'll pop into Chitwa a little bit later. It's always good to pop in there once a day. I haven't seen the thick-knee chick since. I know there was one thick-knee chick. Okay, we're just going to sit by the dam a little bit longer and see what else comes by. Just sitting by the water body, watching the birds come by, the clouds move across the sky. So although there's quite a wind, you can still hear all the gorgeous sounds around the dam. So we are just going to sit here and enjoy the sounds around the dam. Isn't it just so peaceful? It's nice and cool, so at least we're not blazing in the sun. We're still just admiring the scene around the dam. Normally by this time in the afternoon it's too hot and there's no shade on the dam wall. But today it's not too hot. I can't complain about the heat like I normally do. I'll find something though, don't worry. Even I've touched on this morning the lack of insects around. And even at this water body, okay, I mean, there's not that much ambient light, it's not sunny, but still, where are the dragonflies? There are quite a few dragonflies at Bufosuk Dam, but they should be at every dam, they should be everywhere, and just not seeing them in the numbers that we should. I'm not saying there are no insects, but they're remarkably quiet on that front. I'm looking for dragonflies and can't see one single one. Okay, we're going to keep bumbling, try to get to that northeast corner, and we're going to send you guys over to Tessa with our elephants.
Oh, Lauren, I hope you managed to find Tlalamba and the babies. And I can tell you, I'm absolutely ecstatic to be watching this little elephant calf as it's exploring all of these new things all around it. You can see it is running after mum, but every new thing that it comes into contact with, it is rubbing against. Have a look. It's sniffing, it's investigating. And I have never seen an elephant calf this young that is so confident, so playful, so ready to learn. It is breathtaking to watch. Very interesting interaction as rubbing itself against the tree. So, Julia, elephants will stay with their moms for life, but in terms of feeding, they nurse from their mother for almost 6 months, just milk. And they've started kind of testing the odd solid food in between. But they will slowly shift over a 2-year period. So it takes them up to about 2 years until they then start changing their diet and then converting to only solid food intake. Oh my goodness. This is adorable. So this little one still has 2 years to go before it'll only be eating solid foods. It's actually quite a long period, and you can understand why, because an elephant's pregnancy is very long. And so it gives mom enough time to start developing a new calf. And to obviously grow nice and big and strong. This is what I mean when I say this calf is so hungry to learn. This is a very special moment. This family feels confident enough that this calf can play like this in front of us at such a young age. Oopsie, tripping over its own feet and struggling to get up. So you can tell the adults are not too worried about this little one. Oh, I agree, everybody. I could watch this all afternoon, and that is exactly my plan. I'm not leaving this elephant calf until they decide that it's time for them to leave us. I mean, have you seen anything cuter? I don't think it's possible. It actually ran into Mom's legs there. Oh, look, another tree. Let me rub on it. Every bush is a potential threat. And actually what this is this calf is just having the best time testing and growing its boundaries. This is the most important learning phase, and this is why. Have a look at this. Everything that moves is a stimulus, and you've got to learn what your boundaries are with everything around you. This calf has so much personality. I think it's got more personality than I've ever seen in an elephant calf. Genevieve, from what we can tell, it looks like a young male, but we haven't had a very close look yet. I think we've been enjoying the antics too much to actually have a close look, but it looks like a young male. You just see ears flapping. It definitely has not grown into those ears yet. I think that'll take a while. But have a look at that size difference. You can't even see that baby next to the matriarch. A very big elephant. So I'm not going to move. I'm going to wait for the calf to move around us. And that's because it is moving so much anyway that it's just running at everything. I'm sure we're going to see another great view just now. But while I wait for little one to come back out, let's head over to JP at Pridelands and see what he's up to.
Good afternoon and welcome to Eco Training Pridelands. We managed to find a giraffe, and while we were watching the giraffe there was also a number of zebra that has just popped in, and there's a tiny little one in that group, and I hope that we can also show the little one to you as soon as he pop out behind the adults. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Davi. So one of the two animals that we are seeing up here is two of my absolute favorites, other than African wild dog and leopard. I just love watching giraffes and zebras. Both of these species have actually got incredibly good eyesight. There's a little one just coming into the back now. You can just seeing popping out above the grasses, and you can see how much smaller he is compared to the adults. There's quite a few of the zebras has dropped the little ones lately, and if you ever wondered how long they do carry on their young, it's approximately a year that they carry. However, it's still a very short period compared to a giraffe, which carries for almost 457 days. I just love it how they always protect these little ones, and you always will see the females with the young running up front if there's something that's hindering them, followed by the females without young and the herd stallion directly behind them. When we do find little zebras that they are born and we find them within the group, it's already a few days old. And we find for the first 3 or so days that the female will actually go out of and spend some time, will move out of a herd, then give birth, and then spend approximately 3 or so days with the young little animal, so that it can imprint on her patterns as well as on her smell before that they take her back into the herd. They found that if they are born in captivity amongst other zebras, they actually don't know who to follow. Coming back to our giraffe, it's slowly busy ruminating at the moment. There's a few things that I find very interesting about the face and the facial features. Things that we can point out is those beautiful long eyelashes. And if you ever wondered why they have those long eyelashes, they are there to protect the giraffe when they're feeding on thorny plants. And so is that thick leathery lip which you see over there. And one of the characteristics which you will see with both zebra as well as with giraffe is that they've got incredibly big ears. And if you do live in thick wooded areas, big ears is very important, as you often have to detect your potential threats by means of sound. But as mentioned earlier, both of them has got very good eyesight. And as young trails guides, when we did our first trails guides course, they always told us, if you can sneak up to a zebra, you can sneak up to anything, as it normally will detect you well before what you even get close to them. We were also always taught, if there's other species that are feeding in association with them, don't waste your time to walk up to them, because the zebra is going to spot you, or the giraffe is going to spot you, and they're going to alert the others of your presence. Generally, we also find when we do find giraffes on foot, but they will stare at us for prolonged periods of time. And as young guides, we were also taught that if they're watching something else other than you, that you're almost guaranteed that there's a predator on the ground. One of the other things that you might have noticed is that incredibly long tongue of a giraffe, which has just popped out, and that tongue is up to 45 centimeters in length. And they often use that to actually strip the leaves. Good afternoon, Sinak, and welcome to the show. Yes, they've often approached our vehicles because they're quite curious animals, and they'll actually walk closer, come and investigate and see what's going on. And as long as they have an eye on you and they know that you're not a threat to them, they're not too much worried about you. But we'll also see that they will do a same predator inspection when there's predators such as lion or hyena close by as well. As long as you can see the threat, you can make the threat aware that you are aware of it, and that there's very little opportunity of using an element of surprise for them against them, then normally the threat animal will start, or predator will normally start moving off. One of the other things that you'll also notice with the giraffe is that the face is very long and narrow, and that just allows it to push it right in between the branches and get all those leaves that it wants. It doesn't only eat leaves, sometimes they will also eat many of the seed pods as well as flowers, and they just love the flowers of the knobthorn. It used to be believed that they actually pollinate them. However, this is incorrect. They simply just feed on the flowers, and they destroy more of the flowers in the process, so that they actually will act as pollinators. There is, however, a number of other species of animals that do pollinate plants, and we find that one of those is a bat species, which specifically pollinates many of the baobabs that we have in the northern parts of Kruger National Park. And then some of the other species are mice, which is responsible for pollinating some ground-growing proteas in the fynbos biome in the Western Cape.
We've actually just found one of my favorite insects. I've been looking for them, and again, they're also sparse. This is a flower mantis sitting on top of the Botharia indica. That's why you should always slow down and just take it easy. Have a look at the insect life on top of the plant life. You got them. Yes. Amazing little creatures, remarkably camouflaged. So let's just sit for a moment or two and appreciate this wonderful little six-legged creature. Isn't this so cool? What a great find for the afternoon.
So it seems as though our elephant herd is slowly moving off towards the thickets of the drainage line next to quarantine. And little Mr. Personality is behind the brush there on the right-hand side, having a bit of an interaction with these two younger elephants. You can't really see it anymore, just the odd flick of a trunk or an ear. And we've got the last little one coming through. Wait, don't leave me behind. It's just realized the family is much further away than it thought. And it's running to keep up. Don't leave me. And you might find that the little baby will actually have a reaction to that and have a bit of a play. But they are moving off, and I'm not going to be following them. Where they are going, I'd rather let them move off to the safety of the drainage line and carry on. I'm not going to be adding any pressure. But how brilliant to have seen so much personality from such a tiny thing. And Owen and I were just chatting about it, saying, you never see young calves with that much personality, but at the same time, you never see such young calves. They're normally so shy and still very nervous underneath their mom's bellies all the time. And when you approach a herd like that, or you find a herd like that, they normally move off fairly quickly. Because of course the natural instinct is to protect such a tiny baby. So I mean, in total size, that little elephant is maybe this big. Absolutely tiny little thing. And to have so much personality for the whole herd to trust us so much is breathtaking. It just warms your heart, because you don't get that every day. And it's now the second time that Owen and I have been lucky enough to see that particular herd with that particular baby. And both times, as we pulled up, at a distance, the herd came closer and brought the baby over and let the baby explore and play in front of us. And it doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. That's made my whole month, maybe my year. Not that we've had very much of it yet, but I will never ever forget that little elephant calf. And I do hope we get to see it again as it gets older. I'd love to see how much that personality develops even more. If there's any more space for more personality. I think the personality of that elephant is stuck in its ears that it hasn't grown into yet. So my plan from here, I want to go down and check Treehouse Dam, just to see what comes along. Asia, a newborn elephant, as small as it looks, can actually weigh up to 100 kilograms, which is a lot. That's more than me, it's more than Owen, it's a lot. So they're actually quite big, but the reason they look so tiny is because we're comparing it to a 4 or 5 ton mum, usually. Anywhere between 3 and 5 tons. So it's just one of those situations where, oh, there's a warthog family too. Goodness gracious, everybody's running though. Warthogs are so nervous of the vehicles. Ah, there's more in front of us too, 2 families of warthogs. So yes, when you're comparing to something massive, it looks really tiny, but if it was actually to come close to us, I mean, I wouldn't be able to pick it up, there's no way. Not that I would try. But it's just one of those lovely situations where we're seeing literally a newborn calf. It's not pink anymore, so it's not a week old, but it's also not a month old. It's somewhere in between. I would say 2 weeks, maybe 3 maximum. Still a tiny little thing. Unfortunately, both warthog families, because they tend to be so shy, have disappeared. So I can't see them anymore. But it was another family with little babies. So we seem to be having the baby kind of day. How wonderful. I don't know if I'll ever be lucky enough to see that much exploration from such a young calf again. And especially, it was actually so special to see them, because the first time I saw them was on Taxons Road, which is actually on the way to Treehouse Dam. And it's just maybe 200 meters away from where we are, maybe 300 maximum. to see them up on quarantine where it was so open and there were so many different stimuli around this little elephant, the trees, the bushes, there were impalas in the background, so if they were making a noise, the little one was looking around and getting all defensive and full of attitude again. That phase is so important, and that's the playful phase that we see in lion cubs and leopard cubs. So if Lauren manages to find Tlalamba and the cubs are playing, it's the exact same thing that's happening. They're testing their boundaries, they're chewing on different things just to try and figure out, does this taste good? Is it something I should be doing? Is it sharpening my teeth, or is it actually getting stuck in my gums? All the little things that we wouldn't think about that these animals need to learn, because reality is they live here in the wild. So they have to know these things. And the only way to know them is to play. And I just loved how it's the smallest calf in that whole herd, and yet it was giving the older elephants a lot of attitude, a lot of interactions happening. Just absolutely mind-blowing. Wow, that was special. I think if I could, and they didn't move off, I would spend literally the whole 4 hours with them. I think you can learn so much from a little thing like that. Okay, so I'm actually just in Philemon's dip now. I've got to try and bring my mind back to moving instead of replaying all those little playful movements in my head, which is very hard to do. But I know I can go back and watch it again later. That definitely eases the mind. From here, I'm going straight to Treehouse Dam to go and see who might be around there and read a little bit of the tracks around the area. While I head that way, we'll head over to Lauren, who's also on a bumble.
We found our first flower mantis in a while. I had a few outside camp and then vanished. I'm so glad I'm starting to see them. Now I made it to the sort of northeastern corner, if you like, and I'm not going to waste too much time. Look at that butterfly in the middle. I don't want to drive through him. Can you see him? At 12 o'clock in that thicket in the middle of the road. Whee! I forgot to put the car in gear. Okay, that wasn't very wise. No, now I can't see him. Sometimes when you drive over, you disturb them all. I'm just happy to see some insects fluttering. Yeah, there he goes. But yes, I'm not going to spend too long on it. I'm just going to check to see if they cross back over. If they don't, then they don't. But I'm sure they're on a kill, and I'm sure once they finish that, they will gravitate back to this side. I've got a week left, and I really, really want to see her again. It was a magical sighting last time though, so I really, really can't complain. But I would like to see her again. Okay, quickly over to JP.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pride Lands. We quickly popped in at Leopard Dam and we managed to find a breeding herd of elephants. However, the matriarch, which is a cow, which is the oldest cow in that group, has now decided to put on the pace and move on. And she's the one that dictates all the movements which they will do. There was also a number of smaller elephants that were playing a little bit rough, and then suddenly found themselves on their own and now discovered that they must move on. The elephant that we do see still inside the water, that's a bull that was most likely trailing the group. And if we have a quick look at them, you'll notice that the angle between the chest and the belly is quite pronounced or sloped, which is one of the quick ways that we can tell bulls from cows. We can also look at the head profile, which is much more rounded compared to the cows, which has got much more of a square-shaped head profile. We often find that when elephants, cows that are in charge of the groups will eventually pass that responsibility on to their oldest daughter, especially when that cow is coming close by to the end of their life. And then from there, the daughter will start leading the group. When they do find that elephant cows that are in the position of leading the groups suddenly dies unexpectedly, the whole group falls into chaos as they're not quite sure what to do. Some of the other responsibilities is to teach them all kinds of different things about where to find water, where to find specific foods, and where to move at different seasons, as well as where to find certain nutrients and minerals, as you'll often find them that they also have to feed on soil and a number of other stuff to obtain minerals which they won't be able to find in their diet. It's such a pity that they stayed for such a short while. I would have loved to have watched them longer, and it would have even been better if they decided to come for a swim. Well, we're going to stay here for a little bit longer as it's incredibly warm and humid. This is most likely the places where we are going to find animals this afternoon. If it does become a little bit quiet, you're more than welcome to pop us a few questions. In the meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
It certainly seems like the place to be in the afternoons to see what might come down as it wears on. I'm sitting at Treehouse Dam. We have just arrived and we're appreciating a bit of the scenery because the clouds are building up quite quickly. We thought they were disappearing, but it seems like they're getting thicker again. And what we have noticed while we have been here is that the blacksmith lapwings may have a new nest. So I want to spend a little bit of time watching this blacksmith lapwing because they used to have a nest on the closer side of this log that's in the water. Now it's underwater thanks to the rain intake. But now they seem to be settling just past the log. And it's the second time I've seen one lying in that spot. So maybe they have a nest. Possibly a new clutch of eggs. Is very well camouflaged for a stark black and white bird on the ground. It is definitely alert because it does look around while it's lying down, but very small movements to make sure that it's not seen. But let's just watch for a little bit and appreciate a parent protecting the nest. Lovely to be able to witness an intimate moment with birds. So I'm having a look here at Treehouse Dam and I can only see this blacksmith lapwing. I actually have not seen the partner yet this afternoon. We did just arrive, so Maybe with a little bit more time spent, we might be able to notice it. It could just be feeding in the long grass, which they seem to have been doing quite a bit recently. But the weather certainly looks like it's changing, heating up a little bit when we were sitting with the elephants. Now it seems to be cooling down again. The breeze is picking up and the clouds are still building, so it actually feels quite humid. So I think we are expecting quite heavy rains tomorrow. So maybe this is the start. Vicky, it's actually an interesting story. So the lapwings originally had a nest on the closer side of this log. Now it looks like they've moved a bit towards the other side. So they were actually technically what is now underwater. That's where their nest was. But it's because the water levels rose so much with the big burst of rain we had in the last month. So I'm not sure if the nest got flooded or not, but it seems that they've moved towards the opposite side of the log now. And the nest is close to water because it acts as a protective kind of environment. If you can think about it this way, if you're an animal and you're approaching water, you approach water quite nervously and you spend as little time as possible next to the water's edge because one, there might be crocodiles or danger coming from the water, so you don't want to spend too much time there. And two, when you've got your head down next to the water's edge, you're vulnerable to predators from behind, things like lions, leopards, wild dogs. So that little fringe next to the water is a lot safer than, say, further back in the grassland where animals will be moving through freely to feed on the grass, to lie down and rest. So they choose their nesting sites very particularly so that animals aren't going to come and lie down on that patch of ground. They're not going to come and spend a lot of time. They're going to choose their steps carefully. They're going to get in, drink some of the water and get out straight away. And I don't mean get into the water, I mean come into the area and leave the area as quickly as possible so that they're not vulnerable. So it's actually a very smart decision on one hand because it means that there's much less chance that something like a herd of impalas will come and lie on top of the nest and accidentally squash the eggs of the chicks because they are defenseless and they're so well camouflaged that animals might not notice them. But also so that things like, other predators aren't necessarily going to spot them because they will be nervous coming down to the water's edge as well. So it is a smart decision. That being said, we have had sightings before. I know Ali and Darren had a sighting here of a herd of buffaloes walking in amongst where the nest was, and the adults were going berserk. And I know we've had sightings here with elephants as well, and Owen was just telling me about a sighting with elephant bulls that were splashing around and playing. And so from that point of view, it could mean the nest could, one, get squashed by something like a herd of buffaloes or elephants, which are less nervous and more playful, especially around water. But also, two, they could get wet, and that's not necessarily a good thing. So it is a bit of a trade-off, but there's less chance of that happening than there is of being, laid on in the grass level by something like a massive herd of impalas or zebras moving through or things like that. It also means they can blend in nicely with that soil color, where the soil's a little bit wet. So it is quite an interesting interaction. What I find fascinating is that as much as this is a stark black and white bird, where it's sitting, you actually struggle to notice it with the naked eye. You just see a little bit of that white reflection from the white on the back, but it's also only because of the way it's sitting. And for a black and white bird to blend in that well is, it's almost hard to fathom. But have a look at that from a distance. Only because you know what you're looking at will you actually spot it, unless you've got an eagle eye and see a little bit of the white reflection. But this is also why it's so important for lapwing chicks, thick-knee chicks, those kinds of, even Egyptian goose chicks actually, but those kinds of ground nesting birds. It's so important that the babies and the eggs camouflage, and especially that the babies will be able to sit dead still without moving, so that nothing will be able to notice them. I'm wondering where the partner is. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to spend a few more minutes here just to have a look around for tracks and signs, see if anything does decide to come down. and hopefully spot the partner of this blacksmith lapwing. But while I do that, let's head over to Lauren, who's on a bumble.
No luck with Tlalamba. I didn't think there would be, but it was worth checking. It's always worth checking. And I think if we don't have anything later on, we also will go and check again, just to keep on top of it. I'm sure she's going to come back that way and take them to the Quarry Pan drainage at some point. When will that be? I don't know. So now I think maybe hyena day. Unless we bump into something else exciting along the way. But you can also let us know what you'd like to see. #WildEarth. As long as it's realistic. I don't think I'm going to be able to find a pangolin or an aardvark or a serval, but request away.
Good morning, stations. Afternoon stations. I'm crossing east.
If there's anything you want to see, please let us know and we'll do our best to point it out if we come across it. Wow, radio's going absolutely nuts in my ear. Okay. Oh, nope. And I do have a question from WildEarth Lover though. You are asking, what animal would I like to see that I haven't seen? I think maybe in Juma? I don't know. At the end of that question, the radio just went beep, 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 beep. I'm going to answer Juma. I would love to see an aardvark here. I saw them at Swallow, and I would love to see one here in this environment. They have been seen, but I would really love to have that live sighting where you just look over and say, ah, aardvark. I'd also like to have a serval sighting here with kittens. I tried to take you to one time, but the Buffelshoek mask was down that day. But I'd love to see serval with kittens on Juma. I saw the servals in the Masai Mara. And there's so many other things I'd love to see in the world, but here, I think those are my top 2 that I can think of so far. FC, can you just let me know you're there, or after that crazy beep? Not sure what happened. Okay. So yes, serval with kittens for sure, and an aardvark here in Juma. But I do have bucket lists of birds that I want to see. Right at the top is a shoebill. I really want to see the shoebill. I've got oceanic species that I want to see. Top of the list is a great white shark and mola mola. Sometimes called the sunfish, sometimes called the moonfish. I mean, why not have all those names if you can have them? I'd really love to see a mola mola. There's a good season for them in Bali, actually, with quite sort of, I wouldn't say guaranteed sightings, but regular sightings of the mola mola. And I've got a lot of land species that I'd love to see in the wild. And I just want to keep crossing them off as I go through life. There are actually some insects on my bucket list as well. There are some amazing insects around the world. The satanic gecko as well, that's on my list from Madagascar. Madagascar has wonderful species, from all the chameleons right through to the giraffe weevil. Rock Candy Susie, you would love a giraffe. I think so. Yes, good point. It's been a few days since we've had a giraffe on Juma. Juma feels remarkably quiet. Tessa and I were speaking about that. We're not really seeing tracks on the road that We would normally see them, it's very, very quiet. But this is normal. It does go through sort of like up and down constantly. But a giraffe for you, Rock Candy Susie. Okay, I'm on it. I am on the mission just for you. QTV, you would like to see a chameleon. Okay, that I probably can do. I haven't really been searching for them, but I would actually also love to see a chameleon. Okay, that I can do. I mean, we only get the flat-necked here, but in Madagascar, the diversity, you just need to Google it and you'll just be shocked at the array of chameleons. The size, you get ones that are bigger than my entire forearm, size of a domestic cat, and you get ones that are so small than the size of my pinky, and there are guys specially trained to go find them in Madagascar. There's a rhino one with the horns. These rhino ticks are just everywhere. I think we've got rainbow shield bugs here, but I need to look closer, and plus it's extremely windy, which is really not a good day for insecting. Do you see them on the leaf there? Do you want me to jump out and point them to you? You see them? I think it's a rainbow shield bug. You may need to guide me, everybody. I'm doing everything a bit blind these days. But I think it is. Sorry for the wind. Omnivotheria indica, literally it's the best plant out here. So many organisms use it. I find all the unique ones on these plants. Is it two? Are they mating? Okay, I'm going to jump out because this is exciting and I want to see what they're doing. Bear with me. Oh yes, we're mating. Interesting. Do you see them? This pair. Oh, I've just fallen. I think I disturbed them. Now we've got 3 on one branch. I don't want to say anything. Fascinating. I find insect reproduction really fascinating. Insect across the world. Reproduction is actually incredibly important, and we can't possibly talk about the animal kingdom or anything out here without really looking at the different modes of reproduction. And I'm talking from flatworms penis fencing to elephants being pregnant for 22 months to insects laying eggs and then never seen them again, or wrapping them in an utica, or a butterflies melting after hatching into a completely different shape. All these different modes of survival and reproduction is actually key to understanding the animal kingdom. And then you get those animals that can reproduce asexually, so they can just clone themselves. They don't need a male. And this is called parthenogenesis. And it's not sustainable for the long term, but a lot of insects use it, and they'll use it depending on the season. So say in winter, they'll just reproduce asexually by just cloning themselves, and it'll all be females. And then when summer comes around, then those females will then mate with the males to reproduce sexually and sort of mix up the DNA. It's a fantastic world, and one world that shouldn't be not talked about or anything like that. Yes, some of the mechanisms are rather bizarre, but once you understand how they reproduce, you get a really good understanding of that organism's life cycle and its strategy to survive. Even think of cuckoos. That's remarkable. Parasitizing another bird's nest. It varies so wide across the animal kingdom, right from hermaphrodites all the way up to the biggest mammals. What do you see? Again. Oh, the mating again. Okay, I'm glad I didn't disturb them because it's actually very important that they mate. I don't want to disturb you guys. And this is a common mode of reproduction for insects. But they do have a huge range depending on their body design. That's the most wonderful thing about insects. They may all have 6 legs, okay? But actually, their body shapes are all so different that it's not possible for them to all mate the same way. And they do call this in my insectopedia the Insect Kama Sutra. You can actually learn insects mate, and it's utterly fascinating. And you know, that's not the only thing going on. I did see a rhino. Here we go. A male rhino tick, look, right clinging on here. These guys are everywhere, and I'm not scared of them. They're not going to latch onto me. I'm not a rhino, as I always say, so I'm not scared. But these guys are everywhere right now, rhino ticks. They normally position themselves. See how this leaf, if I was to walk past and brush, I'm going to brush this leaf, especially if I'm a big rhino. And that's why they always position themselves on the outer leaf. You're not really going to find them on any other part of the plant. But rhino ticks are everywhere right now. Okay, I'm going to jump on the vehicle. Okay, that was fun. I think I'm going to keep looking for other insects for now.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We're sitting at Leopard Dam at the moment. We had a breeding of elephants so far that came in, and we can hear the distant vocalizations of more elephants that are making their way down towards the water. Hopefully they'll be popping in very soon. As it's incredibly hot, water is a place to be today, and we know that the animals will at some point come in. We've also had some really good sightings of woodland kingfisher, as well as a bateleur, which was patrolling the area surrounding us. When it does come to bateleurs, they're one of the first birds of prey quite often to actually detect carcasses because they fly fairly low, and then most likely followed by eagle species such as tawny eagles. We also quite often find that vultures then will respond to their movements, as well as a host of other predators such as jackal, lion, as well as even leopard will also follow them. There's a few things that I do find particularly interesting about bateleurs, and that's that they've got incredibly short tails. And if you ever wondered why they've got such a short tail, it's actually to create instability in terms of flight, and makes it more effective to actually move from one thermal to the next thermal. We see the very same body plan with many of the swift species, where they've got incredibly short tails, and that allows them to actually fly without almost flapping and simply using the thermals, hopping from one to the next. In the meanwhile, we're going to sit and see what else we can find and just enjoy the different sounds in the background. I might be hearing some red-billed buffalo weavers.
So I have left Treehouse Dam, everybody. I am bumbling along actually towards Gowrie Main. I just want to go and have a look if there are any fresh tracks along here. This is the exact spot where we had Marips last night, and I'm hoping he is still around the area somewhere. I know that there was a carcass this morning, and so it might be worthwhile us just having a look around the area here just to see if he's come back towards Twin Dams for a little rest in the shade. We didn't really have much else coming down to Treehouse Dam. We still didn't see the partner of the blacksmith lapwing before we left, so possibly hiding somewhere in the grass feeding. but no fresh tracks from the day, and I'm wondering if it's because the weather's been a bit strange. As much as it's a great day for predators to be moving, it has also been very humid, so possibly that has something to do with it. Taibo, we're actually currently in their breeding season. They can have a few clutches a year, but mostly they would do a few clutches a season if they can. And it's now in our summer months, the wet months. That is when all of the lapwings will have their broods. So anytime, usually from around November. It does vary slightly in the different areas that you'll be in, the different distributions or geographical locations. It can differ by a few months on either side, and some of them will be longer than others. But it is normally now in our summer months. I wonder where the nkuhumas have gone with their little cubs. There is a Steerling's wren warbler. I want you to just have a quick listen. Oh, as I stopped, it stopped. Okay, that sound. It sounds like a telephone. So it's normally a very tiny bird right at the tops of trees. Now I'm having a look if I can see it. It's a stunning bird to look at. But it sounds like a telephone ringing, in a sense, don't you think? Now this is one of the toughest small birds to see, especially a wren warbler. And the reason it's so tough is because they are normally solitary. You will see them on their own. And they are so tiny, right at the tops of trees. So it can be quite a challenge to actually locate them. It's in one of these two tall trees. Do you think you've got it, Owen? It's not so easy with the leaves blowing like they are, but we are going to try and find it for you. But just keep a lookout for any small movements in the top of the tree. But I am going to find it in the book for you as well, so that you can see what it looks like. Oh, I'm hoping it's going to call again. It's such an unusual call. Oh, I can hear one in the distance calling back, actually. But very far. So this was actually one of our star birds when I was at Ngala, so one of the 10 special birds for the region. I'm resting my book here so that I can show you what it looks like. It is a very unusual bird. And it's this one on the bottom right, Owen. They've got a very limited distribution compared to other warblers. And in terms of wren warblers, there's actually only 2 species that you'd find in South Africa. It's the cinnamon-breasted warbler and then the Steerling's wren warbler, which is the only one we get here. So we don't get other wren warblers in the area, but it's just such a beautiful bird with the barring across its chest and all the way up to its face. And it really is a tiny bird. When I say tiny, I mean it weighs 12 grams. And it's around 13 centimeters tall, so not even half a ruler length in height, and that's from right to the top, right to the bottom. So to be making such a loud noise, you can imagine the adaptations that these birds have. But it's always been one of my absolute favorite birds because of that call. It sounds to me like a very high-pitched telephone that's got a bit of a break in the system. I was hoping we could find it for you, but I think it's flown off. They're so difficult to find at the tops of trees. But let me carry on. Enough warbling about warblers. I was talking about the nkuhumas, that's right. I'm wondering where the nkuhumas have gone with these 7 little cubs. I know the last time they were seen was down this way. Is that another elephant? It is. It's a big elephant possibly coming this way, so I'm actually going to wait here for it. I don't know if it's coming this way or if it's feeding on the fire break. That's actually quite an unusual view. So I'll get Owen to show you the view of how I spotted it. It looks like a termite mound. It's actually just the forehead of an elephant sticking up. It must be lowered down on the fire break. And I just happened to see what looked like a termite mound. And it's the head of an elephant. I'm sure the rest of the body is there somewhere as well. I just need to try and figure out how to find it. It does look like it's slowly coming this way. There we go, walking along. Yes, it is coming closer. So I'm actually going to wait here and let it approach us because we're on the boundary road. It looks like it's had a bit of a mud wallow. It's had a good time. It's nice and wet. And I'm sure it's going to be coming here slowly. So the elephants really like the fire break because it offers a lot of diversity. With the open area, you've got a little bit more grass where they can feel a bit safer. But on the fringes, there's a lot of bush willow and cluster leaf, apple leaf trees and marulas, and these are all very good hits with elephants. And so I'm sure they are really enjoying this little section, and we're very close to Twin Dams now, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is actually where the elephant has been a little bit earlier this afternoon. Unfortunately not a treehouse dam, but that's okay. Are you coming closer, or do I need to come closer? I might need to change my position a little bit. Let me see if I can change my position a little bit. Okay, I'm actually going to come up onto the fire break just a smidgen. There's also a car that wants to pass me, but we might get a nice view. Quite a big bump up again, bump up. Oh, there's more elephants somewhere. I can hear them. Goodness gracious, that was quite the I don't even know what to call that sound. It wasn't quite a trumpet. So it's a very small gap that we're viewing the elephant through at the moment, but I don't want to off-road through this particular thicket in front of me because there are a few smaller protected tree species here, so I'd rather not off-road through. I'd rather wait for the elephant to come to us. But it definitely sounds like there's an unhappy elephant on the other side of the road somewhere. I can't see it, but it's definitely there. The wind through the leaves actually sounds like the elephant's feeding, but it is actually just the wind. Oh, I can hear more elephants in front of us. It sounds like breaking trees, hey Owen? I wonder if there's more closer to Twin Dams. Maybe I should take a little bumble down that way and leave this younger one on its own. Yes, I'm definitely hearing more elephants somewhere. I think there's a whole herd. Oh, we have actually got some more coming towards us as well. Okay, so I'm going to exercise patience and wait for some of the elephants to come closer to us. It seems like we've got a few moving through the area, so we will see what happens as they get closer.
We're just sitting looking into the drainage just to see if anything is happening down that side. It's very green, it's lush, all different shades of green. We're going to sit and listen for a few moments. That's key to success out here, especially in drainage lines where the predators love to hide. Isn't it so peaceful? Drainage lines are always good places to check. Picky, my dear. I raced here for you. Ferrari safaried for you, Picky. Can you see it? Okay. I think, you know that fallen over log just in front of the water buck? He's actually standing on that log. We're going to give you one view from here, and then we're going to race around to get much better views, but I don't want it flying away. This is the first ever for me. I've just added it to my bird list right now, and I believe it's the first time on Juma Dam Cam. I don't know if it's ever been seen on Juma before, but this is a Goliath heron. Yes! I'm so excited. Picky messaged me, and we started Ferrari and then Safari and from the complete other side of the reserve. You don't just Ferrari Safari for dogs. Isn't that so cool, everyone? I don't know if you've all seen one before, but I definitely haven't. It's 100% a first for me. And if you haven't seen one before in the live drives, add it to your list immediately. Yay, Susan, you're saying this is so cool. You've never seen this before. Me neither. I mean, we get the grey heron all the time. We get the green-backed heron. We get the night heron. We do get some herons around here, but really the Goliath, never. And I want to get a good photo. So what we're going to do now is loop around right in front of it and try and get that sort of angle. What do you think? Yeah, I just didn't want it flying away and then none of you would ever believe me. Although I would have damn cam as evidence. Thank you, Picky. Picky knows I'll do that. That's why she knows I'll Ferrari Safari from Gina Cutline to Gowrie Dam to get this bird. It is so cool. I love adding birds to my list. I keep them on the Roberts app, but there are different ways to keep lists. You can literally keep a physical list. I find the Roberts app really handy. You just tick each bird that you see and it saves the date. We were just chatting about that. And you can also sort of save the location and make it as detailed as you want. And then you always have that list. Although in saying that, my phone got flooded one of the times I came here, went out in the rain, and I didn't save my data to the cloud. What even is the cloud? But anyway, and I lost all my Roberts app data. So if you do use Roberts, be aware of that. Wow, 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 wow. What do you think? In front of the pan this way or go around? Go around. Okay, bear with us, everyone. Huge, hence the name Goliath. Please don't ask me where that name comes from. Okay. I'm just gonna tightly get around this corner, and then my cameraman's gonna work his magic. Oh, 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 don't even think. No way, no way. And it's gonna go to the other side of the dam. Yo, look at that. That was amazing, everybody. Did you get him in flight? I knew there was a chance of him flying, but it was worth it. Don't even see where he landed. That was so cool. White mane, you're saying it's a first for you too. Excelente. You're saying, does it have huge feet? Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I don't have my bird book because it's a little bit too heavy to always travel with. And I'm not able to show you my app, but yes, it really does. And you see it just take off like that and take to the skies. It's a big bird. I'm sorry everyone, the views were not longer. I knew there was a chance. But thank you very much everyone for that information. That is definitely a first for me. And it's nice to go on different little missions out here. I like to have little missions to do during drive. The water buck also got a little bit startled when it started flying. They were like, oh, this is a big bird. These water buck have really taken up residence here. They're being quite stubborn. They're here every single day. I don't think they're going to go anywhere for the next little while. You guys have realized it's pretty safe here. Really amazing stuff. That's why if you think an animal is going to take flight, always give a long distance view first. Then try and get a little bit closer. I mean, we're on the complete other side of the dam, but naturally, I didn't want to be on camera. Okay, that was fantastic. Thank you once again. We're going to keep bumbling and we're going to send you guys over to JP in Pridelands.
Welcome back to Eco Trading Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at a number of different helmet shrike species. And there's actually two that we can find over here. The black one with a red bull and the yellow and red eye wattle. That's known as a Rhett's helmet shrike, while the other is known as a white crested helmet shrike. And these guys have tiny little crests which they use for collecting spider webs and that they will use then to construct their nests. There's also a very interesting belief in the Shangaan culture that when these birds do cross your path on your journey, that you will be rewarded with safe passage and that there will be a big feast on your arrival at the end of your journey. Seems other birds have now started moving off. I do find them particularly interesting as that they also have developed a strategy where it comes to breeding, which is known as obligate cooperative breeding, where they are entirely dependent on the other individuals within the group to successfully raise the young. We also find that there's a number of other bird species where the young, where they'll also have cooperative breeding strategies, but the dominant pair can still raise the young on their own. Some of the other species which is also entirely dependent on helpers when it comes to nesting and feeding young is incredibly large birds such as the southern ground hornbill. We lost our birds now and we're just panning back to a herd of impala. It seems to be the very same herd of impala that we did find this morning, although several kilometers away from here. They too popped in for a drink at Leopard Dam, and it also includes a very odd looking female that we have found this morning that actually has horns. The reason why we found them is they were actually alarm calling, and they were calling for something that was on the side by snorting, and it's most likely a false alarm that was placed At the moment, I can't see that one, but we are going to keep our eyes open, as we would love to show that female with the horns to you, as it's such an abnormal thing. I just said to Davi, this is only the second time that I've seen her this morning, so it's the third time for me to see her in a period of over a year. When we first saw that one of the rams were the instigators and actually investigating what the potential threat was, and then soon he was followed by one of the ewes. And if you ever wondered what is the difference between a ram as well as a bull and between ewes and cows and where it actually starts, it actually is all about size. And the divide between these groups are basically when it comes to antelope species such as Nyala, the female is still considered as a ewe. However, the male is large enough to be considered as a bull. Anything smaller than that is still considered as a ram. And from there on upwards in size, we'll find that females will become known as cows, and with kudu pretty much being the first one to be considered then as a true cow. There's a few interesting things that we can look out for on impala when you do see them next time, and we'll just see if we can get one of them that's standing with their backs towards us, and it's those little black sock-like structures which is on the back part of the foot. It's known as a metacarpal gland, and what we find that is quite interesting about this gland metatarsal gland, and that it's believed that it creates a chemical centrale. However, nobody is 100% sure, and it's said that if the animals do scatter, that they can create that centrale and immediately regroup, because if you do see a predator rushing into a group of impala like this, they will scatter all over the place and then immediately regroup. It's also fascinating to watch them when they flee, and I've seen this in the past where they've actually leaped between 10 and 12 meters through the air, and they travel at approximate heights of some 3 meters that they will travel, and that's incredibly fast and very impressive to see that. We generally find them in fairly small herds. However, some of the biggest herds I've seen was in the central parts of Kruger National Park, where there was actually several hundred within a single group, which is probably also the largest herd I've ever seen. When it does come to the size, I was hoping that we could actually get that ram back over here as well. We'll notice that their horns are fairly small in Southern Africa compared to those that we find in East Africa. Good afternoon, Nikki, and welcome to the show. Yes, they're absolutely fascinating. I just love impala, and a lot of guides will actually not stop for them, and I find that is actually such a terrible thing. So quite often we will actually hear that guides will refer to them as the McDonald's of a bush, which is absolutely terrible because they're such important animals when it comes to the whole ecosystem and their contribution to the ecosystem in terms of feeding, seed dispersal, in terms of also opening up areas and also occupying marginal areas, and then also in terms of food provisioning for a number of other predators. There's a few things that I do find particularly interesting, which we pointed out in the last few days, is often when you do look at impala herds, is that they will either groom themselves or they will groom somebody else. And we can every now and then see one of them actually just nudging back on the back, and they actually have teeth that's loose in the sockets, which accommodates for actually removing parasites off a coat. And they always seem to be in such an impeccable condition when we do look at them. And if your friend can't groom you and remove parasites, then at least the oxpecker will come and do it for you, as you often will see red-billed oxpeckers on these herds.
Okay, so I've come towards the area of Leadwood Road because there was some alarm calling coming from here, and I've actually stopped. I'm staring at the grass at the moment because I'm adamant that I saw movement there. And I'm wondering if it's not a leopard. We are very close to where Maribs, or one of the leopards, we're not exactly sure that it's Maribs, but we think so, has a carcass in the drainage line. So while we are sitting here, I can still hear a few smaller birds that sound a bit unhappy. I just want to listen for a little bit as we take in some of the scenery here where it's nice and thick along the edge of the Mulawati. And just have a look at this stunning view around us while we are listening. So what I'm listening for is mostly any alarm calling, and then I'm scanning for movement. So far, I can't hear any more alarm calling, but I was adamant I saw some movement in the grass down there, so I'm going to spend a little bit more time here just to make absolutely sure before I leave the area and carry on looking a bit further north and back towards the drainage line again. Maybe I'll get lucky and find a leopard here.
We had him again. I say him, I don't actually know. But he's flighty. Not used to being the center of attention. Now, they're not uncommon birds per se, but just in this area. I mean, I've been here 3.5 years, and I guess not consistently of late, but I've never seen one. Not here. It was a very, very cool sighting, and now I am on my way to the hyena den. Fingers crossed our luck continues, but I managed to get a shot. It's not real unless you get a photo, you know. But they are water birds, so we might be at Twin Dams. Hosanna 77. Hi, Hosanna. You would like to see a sunbird sighting, is that right? So would I. Believe it or not, I don't know. I think I've only put sunbirds live once or twice. We get them here, they have the most gorgeous swizzling calls. Swizzle, swizzle. But I don't think I've had them live much. Sometimes we frame up, but you know birds. So yes, Hosanna 77. I will try my best to look for sunbirds for you. They are quite easy to find from call. Then once you hear the call, it gives you an indication that they're somewhere in that thicket. Okay. I would also love a sunbird sighting. I love having incredible sightings with birds, like our crested barbet the other day. I just love sightings like that when they don't fly off. Oh, cheetah lover, big ask, big ask. I shall try for sure. You want to see a honey badger? Javi and I had the most incredible honey badger sighting together on the junction, Gowrie Main, Cheetah Cut Line, Chitwa, at that 4-stop that you probably see every day. And it was just out, and it was just digging. It was dark, but it had its huge muscles just digging like this. And it stayed with us for about 45 minutes, and I'll never, ever, ever forget that sighting. That was the creme de la creme. But absolutely, it's a little bit harder in summer for honey badgers, white-tailed mongoose. And But I shall definitely try. I'd also love a honey badger sighting. But because the grass is so long at night time, birds can really, not birds, I was looking at that bird, sorry. Animals can really hide from you in the long grass, whereas winter, all the grass is dead and normally it's flat, quarantine is great, wide open, and that's why you can spot eye shine from far away. But in summer it is really tricky for honey badgers, but I'll definitely try. I'll put the honey badger juju out there. I remember Jamie Patterson had a honey badger sighting where it killed a crocodile hatchling and took it back to the den. We've had some good honey badger sightings here. Some really good ones. And they're absolutely ferocious, show no fear. They'll chase away an entire pride of lions. An entire pride. And I think that's what most people love about them. A lot of local people here, especially the men, are very scared to see honey badgers on foot because they're known to bite sensitive parts of the male. Scared. Lily pan, I am almost there. I'm going through this iconic dip where I think our signal goes for a moment and then it pops right back up again, right on the edge of the hyena den. So we are just going to swing in now, Lily pan, just for you. I think my heart might get a little bit heavier if it's not active though, I must say. I really do miss the Juma clan when I'm not here. I think about them. No, Lily pan. It is not active, not a soul. Okay, my heart is heavy now, everybody. I checked twice this morning as well. I just drive really slowly here because there's lots of sleeping spots and I don't want to give anyone a fright. Okay, as I bumble on, we are going to send you guys over to JP.
Welcome back to Eco Training Islands. We're busy watching a southern red-billed hornbill, which is one of the common hornbill species in this area, and it's busy feeding on a whiteberry bush. And just this morning, Darby and I was discussing about what is our favorite fruits out here. And we actually said whiteberry bush is pretty good, but we prefer the raisin bushes, and we were wondering why the raisin bushes had so few fruits. So when Darby and I met for the first time, we actually worked in the Kalahari at Swallow, and quite often he and I used to stop at the different raisin bushes and sample all those raisins. We just love them. They're quite nice and sweet. Quite often when it does come to the raisin bushes, they also take the fruit and they will soak it and make an alcoholic beverage out of it, as well as a non-alcoholic beverage, which is simply given to women that has gone through labor to give them some extra energy. Coming back to our southern red-billed hornbill, they are one of the hole nesting species that we find over here, and they'll often seal up the nest entrance with insect remains, feces, as well as mud. And we sometimes find with some of the hornbill species that they will actually use millipedes, because millipedes have certain toxins which will then be used in their favor to keep parasites from entering the nest. A few days ago, we actually watched one of the southern red-billed hornbills busy feeding quite close by to a number of dwarf mongoose. And we do know that We do know that both southern red-billed hornbill as well as southern yellow-billed hornbill often associate with dwarf mongoose, however more so in East Africa. And what they do is they quite often come and wake up the dwarf mongoose inside their burrows in the morning and then get them to start feeding. And as these little dwarf mongoose starts disturbing insects and things, the hornbills will then catch it. As you probably have now seen, that they eat both insects as well as fruit. And quite often when it does come to adults, they will consume a large amount of fruit, but when it comes to a young, they have to often feed them with insects. And that's quite typical for many of the other grain-feeding species as well, where the young will be fed mostly on insects. Even birds such as sunbirds, the young will be, where the adults will feed a lot, often on nectar, the young will often be fed little spiders to provide them with the necessary protein that they need. Our hornbill is still there on the ground, busy scratching through some dung, and quite often that's where they can find insects. You'll often see them breaking up elephant dung. I'm just going to try and move it a little bit forward and see if we can get a better view. Good afternoon, honey badger. Yes, they do. They always look mischievous, and they do look like they're always up to something naughty, just like honey badgers too. And while we were listening to the story of the honey badgers a little bit earlier, I was just telling Davi that a few years ago, I actually was chased by a honey badger that broke into a kitchen. And this honey badger was actually pretty smart. He actually broke the sliding doors, lifted them, and then went into the kitchen, dragged the cooler box all the way to the fridge so that he could get into the top part of the fridge and then feed on the meat inside the freezer. Two of us actually walked in, both of us ran out. The other person jumped up and grabbed into a tree and pulled himself up. I got cornered by the honey badger, and my only defense at that point was to actually use skills of martial arts, which I was well trained in, and that was to give a step back, then step on top of a honey badger as it is coming for me with his open mouth and growling at me. And when a honey badger does that, you only think about one thing, because they do like to go for the genitals. I gave him quite a hard kick, and he flew some few meters into the air, and then he came for me. I don't think I've ever ran so fast. I also saw this very same honey badger actually feeding one night and coming through camp, and he actually got onto the braai grill while it was still hot and on top of a fire, and he was actually eating the meat off the fire. We've just got another bird that has joined us, and that's a Swainson's spurfowl. We also find that spurfowls and franklins will also often kick open the elephant dung and search for both seeds as well as insects. One of the things that we often notice with the spurfowls as well as franklins is when they do eat a lot of insects, the coloration of their fecal pellets are black in color, but when they do eat a lot of seeds, it still has a grayish color as well as a white tip from the uric acid to the tip of it. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Lauren is up to.
Look who we found again. The largest heron in the world, might I add. Not just in South Africa or even Africa. Gat actually said to me, I think he's going to go to Twin Dams. And lo and behold, he's had Twin Dams. Now the sexies are very alike, so I am saying he, which is wrong. I just don't like saying it. But I really don't know if this is male or female. And they are monogamous, which is interesting, but they're normally solitary. So you'll just often see them on their own. Only when it really is time to breed will they meet up with that monogamous partner of theirs. They have been known to breed in colonies as well. So monogamous pairs all come together to breed. But not always. Definitely makes up for the hyena den not being active, that's for sure. Okay, we are going to try and get around and get closer, but, well, you know, it might not work.
So we are on Leadwood Road, very close to Cheetah Cutline, and driving along, I noticed some dwarf mongooses and a lot of bird activity. But I just want to watch what this one does. It looks like this is the sentinel of the group. It's looking out for danger and responding to all of these bird calls. Let's just have a listen. Sounds like there are some very unhappy birds around. So these mongooses are currently interpreting all of the bird calls around them, and they are very alert. Because when birds make a lot of noise, often there's a predator like a snake or an owl around. Maybe even a bird of prey, like an eagle. They're definitely being very careful. It's possible that we've just got a massive array of birds around and they're all interacting with each other. But it certainly seems like the mongooses are taking it quite seriously while they're heating up on top of the termite mound. So this little family of dwarf mongooses seem to be getting bolder and bolder as myself and Owen are sitting here. We're probably about 2 meters from this one that's in the greenery, maybe 3 meters from the one that was up at the back. And it looks like this is their termite mound where they are living and breeding. And at the moment, with the flurry of bird activity, we've seen fork-tailed drongos, lilac-breasted rollers, both hornbill species, grey-headed bushshrike, even some of the ground birds. There are so many birds flying around and making a noise that these mongooses are highly alert. Jasmine, I really enjoy dwarf mongooses as well. The smallest little carnivore that we get here, but one of the most good looking, I think. And it's so interesting being able to watch their interactions a little bit, see what they're doing as they're interacting and interpreting all of these bird calls around us. Interestingly enough, I noticed on the first one that we were looking at, it's actually turned around, but it looks like it has some unusual fur towards its hips. So I don't know if it's just been roughed up a little bit, but it looks like some of those hairs are grey-white. And this just might be genetic. It might have been a mutation. Oh, there it goes. So it might have been born with white spots on it instead of being all chocolate brown. But it's just quite sweet to see that it's got some different colors in there. But it definitely seems like the mongooses are nervous with so many birds around calling. And I know JP was talking earlier about hornbills interacting with dwarf mongooses in particular, and we've got one that is actually sitting very close here, and it's watching what the mongooses are doing at the moment. It's not a great view of it because it is behind some branches, but this hornbill has been coming in and out past this little termite mound, looking for some scraps. So this is the yellow-billed hornbill, southern yellow-billed hornbill. I know JP was talking about the southern red-billed hornbill, but both species interact with mongooses, so I'm not at all surprised to actually see this one here, and it's really nice to be able to continue JP's story with both of them here. Looking very handsome in this light. Go ahead, Lauren. So I do want to see what happens, because I think the mongooses are going to come back out. I'm on Leadwood Road, going to go towards Mumbalink. Kevin, mongooses will inhabit termite mounds, and all they really need to do is further expand the existing tunnels that termites have built, because there are so many chambers within this termite mound. We can only see the top maybe third, if that. The rest of it is a massive underground tunnel network, and so because the ground has already been opened up by the termites, all the mongooses need to do is then open those little tunnels and make bigger cavities and holes inside where they'll sleep, where they'll stay safe and keep their little ones safe as well. They are very territorial about these termite mounds, and they often share them with things like large-plated lizards, occasionally snakes, although snakes are not the most ideal of partners because they might eat the mongooses. But they do have some quite symbiotic relationships with things like large-plated lizards because it helps for pest control inside the termite mound. But you'll find there'll be a very specific ranking and a very specific order for who stays where in the termite mound, which chambers are used for the babies, which are used for the adults. Little hideouts all over. I am hoping they do come back out. I can still hear them every now and then. They are very social animals, so as much as they split up to feed, which they're probably doing now, they'll still stay in contact with each other all the time. There's constant little peeping sounds. It sounds like a high-pitched whistle as they're moving through the grass. I can hear that grey-headed bushrock somewhere close by. I can't see it though. We've got so many birds calling.
Are there any stations operating in the Gulf?
Jackie boy, mongooses being the smallest carnivores you'll find over here, will predate on pretty much anything that they can bite into. So it can range from beetles and beetle larvae and butterflies to scorpions, big spiders, anything at all that they can get their little sharp claws on. It also extends to things like small things, termites, big things, snails, locusts. But probably one of their favorites is eggs. If they can find eggs, they are very, very happy with that because eggs are very high in protein. If you're thinking about it from a biological sense, eggs are growing a whole being. So they have to be very high in all the good proteins in the yolk. And that's what these dwarf mongooses will be after. If they're lucky, there might be a chick in there as well, which can be hard to think about. But it's that ultimate sacrifice again where it has to be done to survive. And in the way of the wild, these things have to happen. But they really do have quite a diverse range of prey that they would go for. I'm wondering if the main entrance is that top one where we first saw the sentinel. sticking its little nose out. But these are very, very entertaining little things to watch. I'm sad that none of them are out on top of the termite mound at the moment, so I might move off. I'll give them maybe 20 more seconds and see if they pop back up. But such complex interactions and so similar to hyenas. I think that's what I find most fascinating, is the similarity you can draw to hyenas. Matriarchal society, very closely related biologically, but just so many similarities. I think the biggest difference, though, is actually when it comes to breeding. Only the alpha pair will breed, where with hyenas, most of the clan will be able to reproduce. They just have a very specific ranking. With mongooses, it's mostly the alpha pair that breeds. They will have other pairs that will breed as well if they do need to increase the colony size. But mating is such an intense affair with these little ones. It sounds strange to talk about, but a male can mate with a female 2,400 times before he moves on to the next one. How crazy is that? Okay, I'm going to leave this termite mound, see if I can figure out what all these birds are carrying on about, and I'll send you over to JP. Let's see what he's up to.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're busy watching a southern yellow-billed hornbill, and you can clearly see the difference in the color of the bill compared to the southern red-billed hornbill that we were watching earlier. And it has found an insect, but it's really battling and killing it and trying to get it down the throat. Let's see what he gets up to. There's quite a few times that he's actually lost it, or where the insect has actually jumped right out of his bill. And then he does find it so very shortly afterwards again. I think that was the last little part of that insect, and gone. When it does come to the common species of hornbill, if you would like to learn how to identify them, I always would suggest starting with the three most common ones that we do find in this area. And the ones that you can look at is southern red-billed hornbill, and then southern yellow-billed hornbill, red-bill coloration, and then obviously a yellow-bill combination. And then the third one, which is fairly common in this area, is African grey hornbill. There we have a more greyish uniform-coloured bill. And it's actually quite easy to separate the male and a female from African grey hornbill by simply looking at the tip of a bill. As a female, it's got a red tip to it, a little bit of a lipstick smudge that she has, which makes identification of the two sexes fairly easy. Some of the other hornbills that we do occasionally have over here, as crown hornbill, as well as the trumpet or hornbills. And quite often, if the fig trees on the ridges start bearing fruit, they will end up in those trees and they will be feeding on those figs. I just love the trumpeter, and by call it's so easy to actually identify because it does sound like a screaming baby. Very similar to that of a thick-tailed bush baby's call almost. Well, our hornbills have now unfortunately moved off. Let's go and see what else we can go and find. While we're moving off, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to and what they have found.
We're just arriving at one of my favorite water bodies. The favorite water body. But on your arrival, you should just really scan, because this entire open area is where we find a lot of leopards and lions, hyenas, dogs. So we'll just get onto the Chitwa Dam. I actually think it might be nice from here. Yes. Ah, look at that. Isn't it just gorgeous? Cannot get enough of this dam. Arrived at Chitwa Dam. I feel like I haven't been here in a while, which is not the case. I just used to come every single drive, if not multiple times per drive. It's a very productive property for a while. Mareeves was here almost every single day when I done that sort of stint with Tristan. Every single day. But he's really starting to explore now. I mean, he's not too far away in the Muwanini, but he's been on Juma, he's been in Little Gowrie. He's really starting to decide where he wants to go. FC, just remember, I can't see. I'm guessing you're talking about the buffalo weavers. Okay. David, you're asking. Hello, David. It's a very prominent name in my life. My grandfather, my father, my brother, and my partner are all called David. Wonderful. At least you're never going to call them the wrong name, right? Anyway, these nests... a long time. So it's very, very messy, and they use them, they're not migrants, so they don't come back like the weavers for the other weavers, the village weaver, the lesser mask, the southern mask, and start afresh, or even like the Wahlbergs that actually come back here, and they do use the same sort of nest, but they rebuild and retouch and add to it and maintain every single year. These weavers, the buffalo weavers, are always here. And it's very, very messy, so they just continue to keep adding to it and adding to it. So as for how long it took to genuinely get to that size, I really couldn't possibly tell you. I feel like they've been that size since I got here. But you've got to combat them adding to it constantly with weathering and erosion, and obviously it's organic material, it's twigs and leaves and all sorts of things like that, which will eventually biodegrade over time. So if you use that in a sort of equation, it's probably not going to build very fast. But they're incredible structures, and you will see them on electricity pylons, on any sort of man-made structure as well. A mast where you will, well, we have many masts around here, so we can broadcast from. You'll often find buffalo weavers and their big ginormous nests. Very impressive. Although it looks messy, and it does, to the human eye it's very messy, but it's actually a sort of bulky mass of really interlaced thorny twigs, all interwoven to maintain that structure so it doesn't blow away in the wind. So it's actually more better designed than it looks, shall we say. And there's lots of different lodges in there. I'm not talking about Chitwa Lodge. I'm talking about the Buffalo Weavers Lodge. Lots of compartments and rooms. And there's lots of different nest chambers. So the birds will residing there, and also they will have nest chambers specifically for the eggs. Amanda, you're asking something about grass inside? I think so. Yes, so on the inner part, it will be softened with much softer material. Because if you think about sitting on a bunch of dried twigs, that's going to be rather... If you think about sitting on a bunch of hard twigs, that's going to really hurt your bottom. It's just not going to be comfortable at all. And the same goes for a bird. So yes, they do line it with fresh vegetation, whether that's going to be grass or maybe leaves or roots, softer material. They'll line it absolutely, and possibly even some feathers. No one wants to sit on thorny sticks. So Amanda will be lined, and they're always active, they're always here, they're always noisy, always maintaining. It's really, really impressive the way the buffalo weavers sort of are colonial breeders, all for the one goal. Okay, we're going to stay at Chitwa Dam just a little bit longer to see if anything else comes by, but I believe Tessa's got a bird for you all.
We have found a beautiful predator in a tree. This male batalier is looking so nice and relaxed. It's busy perching itself right on the edge of the drainage line, very high up, and currently looks like it's just looking for food. But what caught my attention is in this light, the red and yellow on the face and on the feet are so bright. What a gorgeous, gorgeous bird of prey. What you can see most impressively from here is actually one of the most impressive weapons of a batalier, which is its talons and its toes. Beautiful bright coloration, but so much strength in the toes of a batalier. What it does is when it needs to capture prey, it is very important that it can hold and grip with the talons in the prey, but that it does not let go when it's flying. You can hear quite a few birds are unhappy, very likely because they can see the batalier, but it's in quite a dense spot. It's chosen its position quite carefully. You can see an overhanging branch above its head, so this makes it difficult for smaller birds to mob it. And so they're rather calling from a distance at this point. Emily, I agree. I think it's one of the nicest views I've had of a batalier, and especially with those colors. I wasn't expecting it to look this incredible in the light that we're having at the moment because it's so overcast. I thought it was going to be quite backlit, but it's actually accentuated the color because I think it's not that very harsh light. It's a nice, bright, even light all around the batalier as opposed to shadowed. But it's interesting, I don't actually know if you knew this, but you can tell the sex of a batalier when it's sitting. And that's why I say this is a male. You can see the gorgeous grey feathers on the wing. In a female batalier, at the bottom of that grey, the stripe coming down from its chest down towards its tail, there's a black fringe of feathers, and then below that are very light grey wing coverts. It's a very light grey streak across the bottom of the batalier as well. Not just that patch on the top of the wing. But I'm sure this batelier is going to be very successful this afternoon. Perched next to a drainage line where there are open areas and thickets, it's got a great chance of finding a diversity of food, not just one or two things. And a batelier of this size, 2 ruler lengths, a bit more, about 60 centimeters, will eat anything from small mammals to other birds to reptiles, and they even actually scavenge. So oftentimes we can use a batelier to determine if there's a carcass in the area. They'll sit up on a perch like this, and as titbits are coming off of a carcass, they'll come down like a vulture would and pick up the carrion, the little pieces. One of the closest sightings I've ever had of a batelier, which I will never forget, was with a pack of wild dogs. And it wasn't like this batelier that is 10, 12 meters up in the air. There was a very small dead branch that was maybe 2 meters high. So this batelier was just above my head. And the wild dogs were at the base of this tree. And I must have been 2 meters at most from this batelier. And it landed on that branch. And every time the wild dogs would fling a piece of meat here or there, this batelier would quickly hop down, grab it, and come straight back onto the perch, literally above my head. And you don't realize how big these birds are until they are right next to you, and you realize how massive they are in person. It doesn't really show nicely on the tree, but if I put something like a Steerling's wren warbler next to this batelier, it would be up to that little patch of orange you can see on the ankle in size. But I just want to have a listen while we're sitting here and watching the batelier. Have a listen to all of the bird species and the different dynamics happening in the calls at the moment as they're alarming at this batelier. So the variety of normal bird calls you can hear in the distance, some of those doves and things, probably are unaware that the batelier is here. So I'm actually trying to have a look. I think that the success of bateliers here, in terms of the different prey species they catch, is actually highest with scavenging, especially in immatures. How unusual is that? So young bateliers, more than hunting, will scavenge 85% of the time. Adults, 70% of their meals are scavenged. The rest, they would be hunting for smaller things. So that's actually quite a high statistic. That is comparable with things like lions. If we were to put a batelier into a mammal form and compare how much they scavenge, that would be equivalent to a pride of lions. Wow. So it definitely looks like we've gone into preening mode, making sure that those wings are nicely in order with their feathers. And that's most likely because bateliers are so good at soaring, they're so good at gliding, as opposed to actively flapping their wings a lot when they're high up in flight. Got to make sure that it's very streamlined, very airtight. It heard that bird and looked up straight away. Okay, I think we're going to sit and watch for just a few more seconds and see if any birds do decide to come closer. But I don't think any will be brave enough this afternoon.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We've decided to go and relocate and go and see if there's anything happening at one of the other dams. We've decided to make our way to Ndlovu Dam, where there's generally a lot of action. We hope that somebody's going to pop in very soon for a drink. Sometimes you have these days where things can either be incredibly busy as a guide or incredibly quiet. And that's also why it's so important to learn to know more about the smaller components of an ecosystem and how ecosystems work. If you would like to come and learn more about the smaller components and how ecosystems work and about a range of other subjects, why don't you give our Eco Training website a visit and look at the number of options of courses that we offer. In the meanwhile, we're going to do a silent segment and we're just going to listen to the different birds and the sound of a wind gushing around us at the moment. One of the calls that you might hear is that of a Diederik's cuckoo, which has got a typical DDD call, which is also one of the most parasitic of all brood parasites in southern Africa. And it's recorded to parasitize well over 20-something odd species of other birds.
Now we're at the other side of the dam, and look at this little jacana just hiding there. Just hiding in the sort of vegetation, not even moving. And jacanas are utterly fascinating because actually the power lies within the female. Now, polygamous is a word that you sort of use to describe mating with multiple individuals. And most birds, if they're not monogamous, because we talk about that a lot, are polygynous. And what that means, gyne refers to the female. So polygynous means multiple females. So that's normally the sort of social structure for most species, where the male will have multiple females and the females will be the one to sort of sit with the eggs, incubate and raise the chicks. Whereas for jacanas, they're the complete opposite. They are actually known as polyandrous, and androus refers to the male, so polyandrous refers to many males. So for the African jacana, they have a really unusual system, and I'm sure it's only one of a few birds in the world that operates like this, where one female will mate with multiple males, and it's the males that care for the chicks. That's really impressive and highly, highly unusual. And there's sort of I thought that it's evolved from two different factors, and one, that many of the resource-rich water bodies like Chitwa Dam, where we are right now, where jacanas live, the sort of relative energy expended by the female in producing an egg is not that high. It's not that costly for her, because water body is so resource rich. So that's the thought, that she can just keep laying eggs. Someone needs to look after the eggs, but for her it's not that costly as to what maybe sperm would be in mammals. So she can just keep laying, and the male can look after, and that means that they can obviously increase their reproductive success. And to be honest, the males and females in African jacanas, secondly, can incubate. It's normally the male, but both sexes can do it, so that's another benefit. The female has the best of both worlds. Her eggs are not that costly with regards to her surroundings and her environment, so she can produce many of them, leave the males to care for them, but if the males don't, she can also care for them. She can also incubate. It's utterly fascinating. It increases the breeding rate because she is the one that needs to lay eggs at the end of the day. So she's, by doing this, is increasing her reproductive success. And it's just really, really utterly fascinating when you think of it. It's almost like the opposite of legs that you see in animals. The opposite of a leg, because the female is collecting a harem, if you like. But I don't know what this bird is doing. I don't know if it's sleeping or just chilling or relaxing or... We did have a hippo that was showing off for us all earlier, but sadly I think we maybe missed that moment. He's now gone shy. He was being very territorial. Where are you, boy? Has he gone to the other side? He obviously realized we weren't going anywhere. But that's okay. Look at that little swallow on the log. It's normally the green-backed heron that's there, but today we have a little swallow. I think it's the barn swallow. Correct me if I'm wrong. Long-distance visuals with tiny birds is not a winner for me. Such sweet birds. There's a lot of them around right now. Hold on a minute. Let me get a closer look at this one. I actually don't think it's a barn. I think it could be the wire-tailed. But the wire-tail is only really present and long in the male. With the female, you won't really see it. This one doesn't have wires coming out of its tail, does it? Sorry everyone, I'm a little bit limited in my vision, but if you do know what swallow that is, you're welcome to tell me. Life without a monitor is not fun. Okay, we're just going to do a quick loop around Chitwa. I've had an update from the guys in the east that Maribs has still not appeared. Everyone's calling it Maribs' kill, but I don't think anyone actually conclusively knows if it was Maribs. I don't think anyone saw him with that carcass. But there's been about 5 different vehicles checked and he's not there. So he's either having the biggest catnap in the world or he's just left it. Maybe it's more empty than we realise because we can only sort of see the rear end. But I just want to do a loop around the roads that I know Kachava likes. You never know, we might bump into... We are going round to the back of Chitwa right now, back of house. It might not look so fantastic. Warthogs, hello. The warthogs are remarkably calm right now. There's a huge male warthog that's really relaxed at Twin Dams, and oh well, off they go. Not the most relaxed warthogs, but definitely better than most. So we're just going to give you some views of the surroundings before we go around Chitwa back of house. You will be able to hear their generator. Isn't that just stunning? The sun's slowly starting to go down, but we are going to continue on our little mission and see if we can get lucky on Chitwa.
Okay, so we are just quickly checking the drainage line because this is the area where there was a carcass this morning up in the jackalberry tree. So we just wanted to spend a little bit of time here listening and looking. There's no sign of a leopard yet, but it is cooling down substantially. So we're hoping that we're going to have a leopard moving through at some point in the next 3 hours or so. We'll just keep coming back and checking every now and then. But for now it seems as though it is just a gorgeous, cool drainage line. And I can tell you, just in this dip, the temperature is lovely. It's nice and cool. There's a light breeze. And it's very calm. You can hear quite a few frogs and insects. Let's just have a little bit of a listen, because there are a few birds calling as well. Can definitely see why a leopard would choose a spot like this to hide a carcass. The carcass is in that big dark tree you can see overhanging the jackalberry. That's the jackalberry tree. And this is perfect. It's nice and cool. It's isolated. It's high up. And nice and soft with lush greenery to relax during the day. You might hear me moving in my seat a bit. I've just heard a bird calling behind us and I just want to check what it is alarming at. Maybe we'll get lucky with a leopard sighting in daylight. This is actually the same area where we heard alarm calling earlier. So this is the Mulawati drainage line. That's the overhanging jackalberry that you can see. And this is the area where there was a leopard carcass this morning up in a tree. So not the leopard, a carcass from a leopard. And I have just heard what sounded like birds' alarm calling again from just behind us. And because this is such a perfect area, I was hoping we might get a flash of a leopard here. But it is so dense that it's actually very difficult for us to scan properly through the grass and the undergrowth. So I'm going to spend just another minute here just listening in case we do hear alarm calling again. But in the meantime, let's head over to Lauren, who's found an elephant.
We did have an elephant. I can hear him. I just don't want to drive too close and startle him. He was popping his head out through that thicket. It was so cute. I love it when elephants do that. It's slightly ridiculous, but cute.
Any station mobile in the east? Yeah, still just myself. Have you gone to check that bumper yet? Yeah, just confirm which Jackalberry is it? The same one we had them fighting in. Okay, yeah, I was there. I don't see any bumper. Oh, open your eyes. Yeah, is it a big,
Gavin, indeed. Okay, I'm going to edge slowly forward.
Out of the tree, but like quite high up. I copy, I'll have a double check now, thanks.
Everybody's looking for this ingui, the mysterious ingui. I think our 10 out of 10 views are no more with this boy. Hello, mister. I do see you. You're not doing a very good job of hiding. But Gavin, you can completely see how he blends in like that. It's really easy to lose elephants in summer. It's just so thick. And although they're huge, of course they are, they can just disappear into the thicket, and you'd be amazed at how quickly you can lose not one but an entire herd. In Freddie, no, you don't see females alone. Unless something is seriously wrong. Females live in the herd. Let's just listen, it's so wonderful. I know the views are not great, but you can just see the whole vegetation moving and you can hear them. What are you doing? Here you are. We can see you smelling us. Yes, I'm walking off now. Heading straight towards the lodge. Probably gonna crash down the fence. You see that huge hump on his neck? Almost looks like a camel here. It really humps up above his head. That's actually the joint of his shoulder blades, his scapula. It's because such powerful shoulder blades sit very high up on the body that they peak to a point up here before his neck. And that's what that hump is on an elephant's body. Okay, we're going to keep driving around Chitwa and see what else we can find.
I am driving very slowly along Gowrie Main, and what I'm looking for is tracks of Maribs or tracks of the lions. I'm hoping that the Nkuhumas with the 7 cubs might be moving, or maybe the Talamatis might be heading back towards Triple M. And so that is what we're looking for as we're hitting that time now with the golden light. Because it's nice and cool with the cloud cover that we've had with the wind coming through, it's a pretty decent chance that predators are going to be moving at the moment. It is quite a perfect afternoon temperature-wise. So we're really enjoying ourselves. It's very pleasant. We didn't see or hear any more signs of leopard in the Mulawati, where we know the carcass was this morning. So we've left and we might go back and check a little bit later. And hopefully there might be a leopard that comes back. So far the only fresh tracks that I've seen are some elephants, some impalas, and it looks like one hyena that moved possibly close to the den site, coming down and back up, maybe going to look for the lions as much as we are. What is nice to see is that we've had a lot more bird life today, just out of the blue, from having 3-4 days with hardly any smaller birds. To have so many flitting past all the time is honestly just absolutely wonderful. I'm actually getting very close to the area of Treehouse Dam, which is going to be kind of straight north of me from here, but I'm going to go past and keep going towards Triple M. Jasmine, the tracks can last a very long time on the ground depending on where they are formed. So to give you an example, okay, this is a good one. To give you an example of the different kinds of things that can affect it. So if you have a look at the road in front of me, it is very sandy. On the tracks in particular, you can see it's just vehicle tracks, which means these tracks might not last half an hour or 5 minutes once they're created, because there are outside things that can destroy the tracks, like the vehicle tracks. So as much as we like to think that this is a reliable source, if vehicles drive over tracks, you won't see them again. It's not as though they can resurface. But if you have a look to the right, where the vehicles don't drive, this is very loose, coarse sand. So what that means is some of these tracks, especially those bigger ones, are already about a week old, and we can still see that there are tracks there. And that's because the sand is so coarse that it doesn't blow around easily. It doesn't get as affected by the rain because the grains are bigger, so they're heavier to move. So those tracks can last anywhere from, a week to a month. They might not be very clear, but they will still be there and you'll still be able to see something like an elephant move through. Ideally, if you do find something like a mud wallow that's drying up, that would be the best situation for tracks to last the longest, because if a lion or something walks through a muddy patch as it's drying, the track might stay there for many, many months if it's really that dry. That being said, if it does rain, if it is very windy, these things will all affect tracks. And on top of that, don't forget things like elephants are walking through. So the answer is not a very simple one, but I can make it simple. It can either take 5 seconds or a long time for tracks to disappear. It just depends on where you are and the conditions that you're in. If a car's going to drive over them or an elephant's going to walk over them, then they'll be gone in seconds, or minutes, or hours. But if they're in good conditions, they can last a very, very long time. Ideally, when we are tracking, we want to be looking for tracks that are only a few hours old, because leopards, lions, wild dogs, hyenas, even elephants, they can move many kilometers. When I say many kilometers, I mean many, many kilometers, tens of kilometers overnight if they want to, or in good conditions where it's nice and cool and they don't need to be hiding from the shade, they're not getting too hot. They can honestly move through one side of Djuma, out the other side, and keep going right through the next property if they want to. So unless you find tracks that are literally a few hours old, there's not much point in tracking them unless, for example, you can see it's lions that moved last night, we follow the tracks today because they wouldn't have moved during the day. Jade, animals will use tracks to find their prey, but not in the same way that we do. We see the tracks and we follow them because we can't smell them. Animals can smell them, so they'll actually follow the scent trail, but of course the tracks can carry scent. So in that sense, yes, they can use tracks, but not in the conventional sense that we use the tracks. It's a little bit different. Normally though, the main method of locating prey for most animals is their ears. They'll be listening to make sure of what they can and can't hear. If they hear any movement, they should investigate, and then they might start sniffing the air, trying to figure out what might be coming through. But animals are, it's quite mind-blowing. They can tell from the smell of something, usually whether it's male or female, adult or youngster, what kind of phase it's in. Is it pregnant? Is it coming into estrus? Is it going into must? Any of these things they can tell. They can even tell the health of another animal from its smell. So a little bit different to how we do it. We use a whole lot of different interpretations and skills put together because our senses are not nearly as good as the animals. But it's one of the very cool things about tracking, is trying to put everything together. It's always a nice challenge. So I can still see on the road here where the lions were lying down 5 days ago. I can still see patches where they were lying on the road. Okay, let's go over to Lauren quickly.
We had the cutest little moment there of a baby taken and absolutely losing its mind. Hello, Mama. What's wrong with that little one? What happened? Absolutely lost its mind, came running at a torch root. Faster than lightning.
Go for sub-adults on W2.
Oh, that was funny. Something would have just spooked it. The elephant calves are very reactive. Mom's calm. If mom's calm, then it's nothing. If mom's alert, then there could be a predator nearby, but the calf just... You see that female's missing a tusk? I feel like I've seen her recently. Amanda, absolutely. That was highly entertaining. And we stopped for a sub-adult, and in this calf just came running out. They're so cute. They're very, very reactive. They try to charge vehicles and then get scared, and they try to charge vehicles and then get scared. But you always know that if mom is completely relaxed nearby, then it's just the baby. It's just a calf that's full of beans, full of nonsense. But if baby was being real and there was a threat, mom would react immediately. And that's when you could be in trouble through displacement aggression. Okay, we are slowly going to check cheetah cut line and then eventually end up at the hyena den. I'm just watching these Ellies feeding away under the marula. Maybe it's a female marula. I can't really see with the lack of light, but I imagine it is, and there are delicious marulifers underneath. That's a definite possibility. Maybe we're just going to sit here for a moment or two and watch them. It's very peaceful under the marula. I don't see anyone picking up actual marula fruits, so I don't think that's what they're all here for. Now, a hear some of your opinions that the carcass could belong to Mulwati, and that's actually a big possibility. Everyone's saying Maribs. Maribs was in that area last night. He crossed into Juma. I think Tessa was looking for him really late last night. He was seen on Juma. And he disappeared in between Weaver's Nest and Twin Dams, if you like, that block. We couldn't track him. He was probably deep in the thick grass. And the kill, the drag mark that we found this morning, comes out of the northern side of the Mulawati, the river, not the leopard, and got dragged into Little Gowrie and hoisted up that Jacobray. And it's a Jacobray that Tandy, Klalamba and Maribs all had a fight in. It's very iconic. And I see where you guys are going with that. Why would Maribs not be visible? Why would he not be up the tree? Some of you are thinking it might be the leopard Mulwati in the Mulawati. Possible. And he's waiting for dark because we don't see him ever. He's the ghost leopard. And he really is, I mean, he's a nocturnal creature. They all are, but he really, really is nocturnal in his movements. He's not comfortable around vehicles and people during the day. I wonder. I like your theory. I think people are just assuming it's Maribs because he was literally in that area last night. But a lot can be said for speculation out here. I definitely am guilty of it. But it's best not to. So I hear all your theories, everyone. I don't honestly know. I'm keeping my ear on the radio until someone figures out. But there's definitely meat left on that bamba. Interesting. And very possible. But apparently 100 vehicles have checked. Danny, it's not sweating, it's just temporal. It's called temperin. It's from the temporal gland in elephants. And it's a really sort of viscous substance that is secreted with emotion. So it's not sweat. It's probably not even recent. It just really stains the face. And it's not just, oh my goodness, it's not even anger. It's all sorts of emotions. Happiness to be united. Anger, panic. They secrete from this temporal gland. And the substance is called temperin. And it's very viscous, so it really stains their faces. But they secrete there a lot. They're emotional beings. Hello, everybody. It's so nice to see a big herd. And I'm on Junction, Cheetah and Gowrie, Main, exactly where I had that honey badger sighting. So it's not sweat. Elephants don't actually sweat. Heidi, you're saying it looks so fantastic to be an elephant. I thought we were going to get a show from this one. I think that's what you said, Heidi. Hello, little one. You're going to give us a show. Heidi says hi. Yes. That was a hi back, Heidi. We're thinking about being Philippines. Yes, I thought so. Well, that was a tantrum, I think. Oh, that was some sort of tantrum to us being here on the road. I'm sorry, little one. look at this tiny baby. I wonder if this is the one Tessa's been seeing. And if you look at Mom, one tusk is completely straight on the right, and the left is really curved, and that should be a good identification feature for her. If we see her again, we should be able to utilize that feature because it's quite unique. Let me just see if I can roll forward. I need to make sure that Mr. Sassy Pants is not there. Very sassy. Because if you can't pick out that key identification feature of elephants, then you can identify them, and that's what we've done with Fang, and we've followed Fang's herd for quite some time. We know her, we recognize her, we spend time with her. But if you can't recognize features, then you really can't possibly talk about that individual, if that makes sense. Daryl was really easy to recognize. I had a bull called Norman that I spent time with. There definitely are individuals, and I think this female could maybe be one that we might recognize again in the future. This is so lovely. I'm overjoyed. I'm going to enjoy this for a little bit longer before heading to the hyena den, and we're going to send you guys over to JP.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at 2 vultures that are resting up in a tree. This is most likely where they'll come and settle for the night before they start feeding again tomorrow morning. And the thing that they are going to look for tomorrow morning is thermals so that they can start flying. We also find that the smaller species such as hooded vulture can actually start flying and using thermals way before the larger species can. So therefore they're often responsible for locating carcasses, and if that carcass has been opened, they will also start feeding before the larger ones will come and feed. The species of vulture that we are looking at the moment over here is a white-back vulture. We could just see as it flew off the white marking on the back of the adult and the dark eye color that separates it from Cape vulture, which is also a much larger species, which also tends to quite often will roost up in a tree over here, but will sometimes make their way back to the cliff faces against the Drakensberg Mountains where they actually nest, which is another way that the 2 species actually differ. And often when we do find whiteback vultures nesting, they love to use knob fawns. There's a few things that I do find particularly interesting about their heads, and that there's virtually no feathers on the head, and that's that they can put their heads into carcasses and not contaminate the feathers, and that the little bit of feathers that are on the head is then easy to clean. Vultures are actually incredibly hygienic, and you'll often watch them in large numbers where they will go and wash at rivers after they've fed in carcasses. One of the things that I also find particularly fascinating is that if you do go to the Americas, you'll find what's referred to as New World vultures compared to the vultures which we find in Africa, which is referred to as Old World vultures. Although they look very similar in appearance, our airplane that's doing patrols over here, making a little bit of noise, is to come back. They do look very similar in appearance, however they're not actually related at all. We do find that with Old World vultures, they're more closely related to birds of prey, while New World vultures are actually related to storks. One of the things with the New World vultures is that they're actually very good with detecting carcasses by means of scent, and they often use them to locating carcasses as well as detecting leaks on gas pipes, compared to where our African vultures or Old World vulture species will actually be responsible for finding food by means of sight, and they sometimes can see objects at a distance of approximately 1 kilometer, which is roughly 6 centimeters in diameter. That's also said that they can keep a watchful eye over one another at distances of approximately 40 kilometers. Oh, we're going to start moving on and go and see what else we can go and find. Let's see what the rest of the team is up to.
Okay, so I am slowly bumbling along Triple M, going north just to check towards Gari Gate if we do have any fresh tracks or signs of any of the predators coming in or out. We did have some impalas that looked a bit unhappy just now, but there didn't seem to be anything in the area. So we're just taking it nice and slow, scanning the boundary, just making sure that we're not missing anything. We do know that the Nkuhumas were last seen in Little Gari with the 7 cubs. It seems like the 3 that we had yesterday crossed west over Triple M actually. And the Talamatis have been somewhere in Simambili, which is here on the left-hand side. So we are just hoping that they're going to come back over and cross the boundary while we're driving up here. As it's getting later and later now, we are having less and less birds flying around, also less and less birds calling. Quite expected considering it's cooling down very quickly and it is getting dark. It does mean that we've got a few less indicators of predators as well, because they will normally alarm call. But if they're sleeping or roosting in trees or getting ready to, we don't have as many indicators out. So my plan is actually to head towards Sandy Patch, actually. I want to go and have a look there and see if there's been any activity through the afternoon. It's a very popular and very productive area. So I'll be crossing my fingers and toes. I double crossed my hair today to try and bring us some good luck, but I'm hoping it pays off with a little last minute leopard or last minute lions, or even better if I'm very lucky, maybe we'll get a last minute pack of wild dogs.
We're still with this herd. It's just too wonderful not to be. I don't quite know where Sassy Pants has gone or that little one, but it's the same herd. There are just elephants everywhere today and I'm not complaining. I love watching them walk through the long grass. White mane, you're asking how long can you tell if an elephant is pregnant? How long? I don't know what you mean by how long, but it's very difficult to gauge most animals' pregnancies. And normally it's in the later stages of the pregnancy that the female elephants, so if you look at, trying to think of a good example, maybe this one, you'll see their stomachs do bulge out. They do have this unique shape where they stick out on either side. Thank goodness we're not like that. But just, oh, there's a little one. They do have this unique shape, especially in females. The hips are higher, you can see that, and they do bulge out at the sides. But when a female is pregnant, she really bulges out at the side, white mane, to the point that at the end of pregnancy, it's really quite obvious. You can't miss it. You can't miss that huge bulb that's coming in. She also starts to look awkward, just with any animal, including humans, when they're pregnant at the very end of pregnancy. It's heavy, it's full, it's slightly awkward looking, if you like, and that's exactly what she looks like. Her mammary glands will be full, but to be honest, most females, once they give birth for the first time, a mammary glands will be full. So you don't use that as you would do in other animals. It's really the sides, and sometimes if you look closely enough and you zoom in, you'll see that you can see the calf kicking. You can sometimes see that round sole of their foot or their feet kicking outside of mommy's rib cage. And it's very sweet. So it's difficult to tell because they are huge animals that bulge out at the side anyway. But there is a specific look that you will see to a female when she's in the later stages of pregnancy. I mean, it's a long gestation, 22 months. You won't see it start away. As with humans, you don't see it start away. Straight away, sorry. I hope that answered your question, White Mane. I love it when they just casually throw dust like that, as if, have some dust. This has actually turned into such a wonderful drive. The Goliath Theron was the winner. Now it just has to end off with an active hyena Dane, or finding out whose kill that belongs to, or whose kill it is. And just like that, they've gone into Little Gowrie. And just like that. Poetry 7, you're saying, and that's why you love elephants. Always so entertaining. Indeed. Always so engaging. You're enchanted by them. Even if they're just walking, not doing much, it's just a very energetic feeling you get with elephants. Now it is starting to get a little bit dark here, just a little bit. So I'm just going to be careful when trying to navigate these elephants. There's always a straggler. This beautiful female. Got very short tusks. I think she was possibly the last. But they've all moved over. I'm pretty sure that's a marula tree we had the other day that's fruiting. That's where they'll be. Debbie, I don't think so for a female. I really don't. They say that tuskless elephants are becoming more and more common. I do wonder if it's the anthropogenic pressure over many years, many generations that we are putting on elephant populations. Grasshat. But I think for females, no. I mean, they do use their tusks to sometimes ring bark or debark trees. But in all honesty, it's genetics at the end of the day. It's all to do with genetics. And I think that it's more detrimental for males. Males obviously use them when they are fighting. And bulls can really fight. Although a lot of time we see the young boys just tussling and sort of jumping on one another in the water and playing. And you hear the clang, clang, clang of the tusks. That is just play. But the older bulls can kill each other. Really can kill each other, and that's when they really need their tusks for defense. So I think it would have more of an effect on the males than it would on the females, to be honest. And that was a female. Her tusks were very short. She's young. You can see she's a mother, but she's still very small. She's a young mother, and I really don't think it would be detrimental for her. Look at the food. It is absolutely plentiful. Grass everywhere, foliage everywhere, marula fruits everywhere. Don't really need to debark trees. Even the winters, last winter, the winter we've just come out of, it was still very giving, really giving. I mean, water was everywhere. There was still some grasses, believe it or not all that were alive. The evergreens were still full. Some trees retained their leaves. It was a really, really lush winter for winter, if that makes sense. It wasn't harsh. When I first arrived here, it was drought years. It's unbelievable what the animals were going through. Hello, beautiful. It was really unbelievable. 2018, all the dams were empty. Every single one, and I don't just mean empty with muddy soil. I mean empty, cracked and so dry. We used to walk across the dams for bushwalk. I remember walking all around the dam with James at Buffelshoek Dam, doing lots of bushwalks with Johndre at Gowrie Dam. From top to bottom, the only source of water in 2018 was the pans, the pumped pans. Everything was so dry and cracked and monotonous and broken. It was harsh. Not like the winter we've just come from. Isn't that right? Sometimes I feel like they're listening to you. Her left tusk is much, much shorter than her right one, but they're still both very short. Jackson, you're asking about males having mammary glands. Interesting question, because it's a highly evolved organ, and obviously in female that is the primary function to secrete milk for mammals. And it is present in both sexes throughout a lot of the mammals, I believe. I mean, look at human males, they have nipples. They don't have any function, really, when you think about it. Why do human males have nipples? I'm not trying to be grotesque here, I'm trying to say why. I also don't really understand. But then imagine them without, how strange. But they don't have any function. And within the females of mammals, they are highly evolved. There's their mammary glands, but naturally they do secrete milk. So within elephants, they do actually have the sort of nipple part of the mammary gland, but it's not highly evolved or functioning. It doesn't secrete milk. Males don't secrete milk or suckle or anything like that. But yes, if you look at a male elephant, they do have the nipple part that's really obvious, and it is classified in its entirety as mammary glands. Very similar to humans, if you think about it. Maybe in 100 years' time, human males will not have nipples anymore. There's no real function. Just like wisdom teeth, if you think about that, throughout, sort of, we're constantly changing, we're constantly adapting to our environment, always. You cannot deny that. I'm not talking about the theory of evolution, I'm talking about the fact that we're constantly evolving and adapting to our environment over time, and you can see it. And what about wisdom teeth? We don't really need them at all. And in a lot of people these days, wisdom teeth are no longer present. And if you are one of those humans that does not have any wisdom teeth, I am so utterly jealous of you. I had huge problems with my wisdom teeth. I only ever had 3, and I ended up getting them all removed through painful surgery. I'm sure some of you will remember I went live with a swollen face where I couldn't talk properly, and I went live on Live Drive with a massive swollen face for my wisdom tooth. I'm sure some of you will remember that. I'm sure some of you will also have screenshots, but we don't need them anymore. And over time, they're saying that less and less people are showing signs of having all 4, and some people are just being born now without any wisdom teeth at all, because they're really not necessary to the way that humans live these days. So going back to nipples, maybe in time, that's how you'll see males. But yes, good question, Jackson. Okay, it's getting nice and dark now, dramatic skies, so we are going to slowly bumble to the hyena den.
So I am headed towards Sydney's dam. I wanted to come up past Sandy Patch and just have a look if we can see anything in these open clearings. And I'm so happy we decided to come up this way. We're slightly higher up than we were, and have a look at the gorgeous sunset that we are able to sit and take in a little bit. What's so unusual is the different structures of the clouds at the moment, the different formations. But there are some arrow-marked babblers calling away, and there's some beautiful orange and gold light sneaking through in between those clouds. So while we sit here, I just want to take a minute to listen and absorb the light as it changes, and just be grateful for where we are in our surroundings, and that we get to share it with you. I love how this light has now faded to a very gentle orange. Definitely a perfect place to just take in a little bit of the quiet of the bush. I definitely know that no matter where I go in the world, nothing ever compares to the feeling I get when I watch a sunrise in South Africa, and particularly in the bush. And this is why there's so much to appreciate in a scene like this, where you've got the different layers of clouds, the different colors coming through, and particularly the oranges and golds and reds and pinks and purples that we get. And tonight it seems like it's a bit of a gentle orange glow, fading to gold. Yolanda, what causes most of the colors that we see here, particularly the reds the oranges, the golds, is actually all of the dust that we have in the atmosphere here in South Africa. Because we're in the bush, we can very confidently say there is a lot of dust around. And what happens is when there are dust particles in the air, it's very different to when there's just water particles and clouds. And that reflects a lot more of the red and orange spectrums of color. And so that's why we get these really beautiful sunsets and sunrises. It also changes depending on the weather, depending on things like natural incidents, if there's volcano eruptions and maybe there's ash in the air, or unfortunately if you're in big cities and there's smog in the air, pollution will also change the colors that you see. But in the bush in particular, we have a lot more dust than anything else, and it causes some brilliant colors. We're also very lucky that the colors are more accentuated because we don't have buildings blocking the view. We don't have unnatural light subtracting from the glow of the sunrises and sunsets. We've just got the bush and open skies. And so it really does make it a lot more mesmerizing. It's like looking into a fire. It does something to your soul and recharges your batteries. And you can see how quickly that light has changed. You can hear a lot of arrow-marked babblers calling away. And I think they're all starting to settle down for the night here in this clearing, trying to find somewhere to roost. So what I am actually going to do, I'm going to tear myself away from the gorgeous glow and head towards Sydney's Dam. Rex 73, I agree. It is a gorgeous sky, especially with the different clouds at the moment. It just does something. I feel like every sunrise and sunset out here is your little bit of time where you get to sit and be fully mesmerized. And your soul is quiet, your mind is quiet, and your internal batteries recharge. To me, it's like the bush giving us a hug. That's what I really enjoy. We've actually just noticed the sky on the other side. Let me reverse for you a bit. We've got purples, pinks, and blues. So it's just an absolutely gorgeous evening on this side. I think I'm going to spend another minute here just taking it in and recharging my soul and my mind. While I do that, let's head over to Lauren, who has found her hyenas.
Well, 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 everybody. I got my wish. Hearts at the den. Copies are out. There's another Sabado behind us, but I don't think I'm going to be able to give you a view, and I can't see who it is yet. I can't see if it's Novella or possibly Kingarika, so bear with me. I will figure it out. And Tessa's right, the sky. That's a few nights in a row now. We've had the most remarkable sunset. Last night, the golden light with the lions, 3 of the Nkuhumas. I think it's Novella. Hart chased her away earlier, but the cubs naturally want to play. Ah, look at Hart. What are you doing? Hyenas, I have a message for you all from Hyena Boy. He says hello. He's very happy to see you. I am too, by the way. I'm sure many of you are. Yeah, that's Novella. It's funny, we're seeing June, we're seeing Novella, we're just not seeing Sutu. Where's your sister, Novella? Why are we not seeing her? Art's very maternal with Ribbon's parents. You know that. She doesn't really have to be. She enjoys interacting with them. We had Kinkarika here the other night, and I don't know when the last time I saw Ngwazi. Stuck in bed. Good to hear from you. And you want to give these guys a big hug. Oh, me too. I'm sure they'll bite my finger off or my nose. But yes, I get much cute aggression when I see them. All of them. Even Heart. Even Novella. You see a lot of videos on social media now of people sort of domesticating hyenas, and I'm absolutely not advocating it or saying it's a good thing, but you can actually domesticate them quite easily. What you'll feed them, I don't know, they're not going to enjoy my vegan sausages, that's for sure. Heart shaking his head. Marcel describes them as cardboard. I think that's rather offensive, to be honest. They're a lot more delicious than cardboard, but anyway. Dr. K. Holkamp in the Masai Mara had hyenas in her house as cubs. There was a big reason for it, some sort of mass rescue. Something went down, and she woke up. The cubs were super friendly and adorable, but they chewed through everything, from every wire available, every table, everything in your house that you could possibly think of. You're definitely not the monsters, but please, I'm not advising you to go and get a hyena. I'm just saying that they have been known to be tamed. Even the hyenas of Harar, if you haven't, I've mentioned it before, but if you haven't checked them out, you absolutely should. Harar. Peter Pan fan. Wow, just like Peter Pan, the boy that never grows up. I guess it's a mystery. No, it's just they shed their hair naturally. And once he reaches a certain age, are you going to come and see the car? You're welcome to. Once they reach a certain age, the hair just starts coming in and growing in a little bit lighter. I was actually a jet black baby. My hair was so dark. And as I got older, it lightened. Not too blonde, naturally. That part's not real, but it became fairly light brown. And my brother, his hair was so blonde, it looked almost like he was an albino, and now it's dark. So hair color changes. And it's just the exact same for hyenas. Once they reach a certain stage, their hair lightens. And then you start to see the spot pattern. Peter Pan fan. I'm loving some of these names. We went back to check on that Bamba, by the way. Polly gave us permission. And still, nobody's here. So because Novella's still here, she's over 1 year old, we are able to still stay at the den. Ribbon's pair are definitely older. They're definitely bigger. But I'm still not sure of one of the genders. Okay, as long as Novella doesn't disappear, we don't have to.
So we've stopped in a slightly different position up on the crest on Biffelshoek Cut Line. And I'm actually hoping that you might be able to hear some thunder. We've seen a storm that's approaching, and so we're just stopping to watch and see if we can hear the thunder or if we can see any more lightning. And while we're doing that, we're watching the colors change at the bottom level of the clouds there. Let's just have a listen. Maybe we'll get lucky and you'll hear the thunder in the distance. Not sure if you can hear it, but there's actually also quite a cacophony of insects at the moment. They're making a bit of a noise. Wow, that sky's gorgeous. I feel like the sky just keeps getting stranger and stranger, but in a good way tonight. I'm hoping just now I'll be able to show you some of the lightning in the distance.
Luckily, Novella's still here. She always said, see, this is a sleeping spot, everyone. It's going to be a terrible angle. But there's a sleeping spot where all the adults like to sit. And it's... they all come here and just sit there. And it makes it very, very tricky for us. But Novella is here just so you can see. So we can spend a little bit of time just watching the cubs for a little bit longer. Novella's actually really beautiful. Just like her mom, June is really pretty. I love June. June's got sass, but she's also extremely calm and just... I've had some wonderful sightings with June, some hilarious ones. She's a really lovely hyena, a huge hyena, considering she's not entirely high-ranked. She was high-ranked at one point, but she's never been the highest. The cubs are still so unsure to come out past that vegetation line when their mom's not here. Nick, it is quite bizarre and it gives them a really strange look, which I think sort of contributes to why many people don't like them, if that makes sense. But it is an energy efficient sort of adaptation. Is that Novella gone? Yes, she's gone. So because they are so unbelievably powerful in the front, and if you're actually wondering how powerful they are on the front, there's a video going around on social media that there's a hyena not too far away from here that's been attacked by a lion, lost all mobility of its hind legs, and it's surviving, and I'm actually going to say thriving, just walking on 2 legs. The other legs are there. Oh, goodness. Having a bit of an issue with sticks these days, everybody. I'm not going to tell you the stories, but... And it's actually moving by powering itself just on 2 legs, and it's incredible. And apparently it's been like this for a long time now, and it's thriving. So all the power is in the front. They've got huge front legs, huge muscles on their shoulder, a really elongated neck that allows for, well, there's a lot of muscle there. So they're front heavy, if that if they were heavy, it wouldn't allow them to sort of be as nimble as they are on their feet. They can actually run really fast. Up to 40 kilometers per hour, apparently. And they've got a lot of stamina. They can run and run and run and run like wild dogs. So in order to be able to do that, there has to be an offset, and the offset is within the hind legs. They don't climb trees, not as powerful as a lion, don't run as fast as cheetahs. So the offset is the hind legs, and that's why they are slightly weaker in the back, because all the power's in the front. And if you really haven't seen that video on social media, you should go and check it out, because it's remarkable. This hyena is surviving. It's unbelievable, and it has no back legs, no mobility in the back legs. Okay, that sighting was rather brief, but that's okay. At least we saw them. Sorry, our comms went really strange there. Shreyas! Yes, we got our hyena fix for the day, and it's not entirely over. Little Navella's waiting for us. We were getting our fix every day for a while when Swazi and Ndebele were here. But they've disappeared. I think they'll only really come when Heart's around, and also they're spending time with Corky, I think. I know, off she goes. Maybe we'll just follow her a little bit. I just want to see what direction she goes. I'm not going to follow her for long, but she is heading towards Twin Dams. They seem to spend a lot of time being drawn towards Gowrie Main. Gabby, you're saying you wish you had the determination to push through everything like animals do, talking about that 2-legged hyenas and impala. Not happy. Gabby, you do. We all do. Going into the Mowati. I promise you, you do. I think when humans are faced with severe challenges, they will push through when they have to. I've met some remarkable humans in my time who have really, really pulled themselves through. My cameraman right now being one of them. But that's all I'll say. Remarkable humans. And Gabby, I'm sure. But we should take our inspiration from animals, 100%. From that hyena, from even Darkmane. Having a limp as a male lion is not easy. I don't think it's ever been easy for Darkmane, but I think he's survived and thrived. Even Nana from Inkahumas, even Purple Eye right now, she has sustained an injury. Trust me, Gabby, take inspiration from the animal kingdom, but I am sure you have the determination. I'm sure. Even myself, when I'm feeling a bit low or struggle, I try to look at the animal kingdom. And they have no other choice. It's survival, and that's it. Wow, are you still in color? I'm just going to stop here, I think. Wow, the skyline is mind-blowing. You know, we were talking about the possibility of ash in the air because the skies over the past few days have been really heavy with something. It doesn't quite feel like it's cloud, casting a really eerie glow. The sunsets over the past few nights have been nothing short of phenomenal. Look at that. Okay, Novella has gone off towards Gairimi, and we are just going to sit here and thoroughly enjoy the skyline. We're just sitting watching the seriously dramatic skies unfold in front of our eyes. It's beautiful. We're not entirely plunged into darkness just yet, but we will be soon. I'm just going to sit here and appreciate the moment. Isn't it just stunning? What a beautiful evening it's turned out to be.
Okay, so we are on a bumble, and yeah, looking for animals. I am desperately hoping for a little last minute leopard tonight. And it seems like we are in the perfect area. I've just done one of the best and most productive roads called Aubrey's Road. Dominique, to be perfectly honest, I didn't count the days. But this is only my third stint ever at Djuma, and so far each stint before this was 2 weeks, and from now on I'll be here for a month at a time, full time. So I would say confidently maybe a month altogether, but when I say confidently I mean in daytime I know exactly where I am, but at nighttime I wasn't 100% sure. When now I can recognize the roads, the landmarks, everything like that at night. And when you can recognize it at night, that's when I consider the fact that you then know the roads. If you don't know them at night, you don't know the roads. So probably a month altogether, but probably a bit less than that. I'll average it out to a month. But yes, it does do it is not to try and study the map, know your main drainage lines, your main boundaries, your main roads going east, west, north, south. But the best way to do it is to throw yourself in the deep end and drive. Drive and get lost, and do it while you're on drive for WildEarth. Because then you learn very quickly. The way that we used to learn the roads would be, well, at some other reserves, would be to walk the roads initially, because that teaches you a lot of different things. Jason Bloom, each leopard usually has their own favorite areas. When I say favorite areas, I mean, yes, they have a territory and they stick to their territory. They usually have a smaller home range within that territory, so they might only visit some parts. Actually, let's do Quarantine West. They might only visit some parts of their territory sometimes, occasionally, so they'll stick within a main area normally. But each leopard will have its own favorite roads, favorite trees, favorite termite mounds, and so yes, oftentimes you will find leopards will move in the same areas. Doesn't mean because one prefers this area that another one will as well, though. They are different, they have different territories. The territories might overlap, but they will all be a little bit different in their tastes and in what is successful for them, depending on the individual and what their skills and their strengths are. But it does help us in terms of if you know which leopards are which and you know the general area that they're in and some of their favorite habits or favorite areas that they like. If we find tracks in a particular place and it's a male leopard's tracks or a female leopard's tracks, based on which direction those tracks are going from there, you can usually have a good idea of where you might find that leopard, because they'll have a favorite spot close by and it's the first place you go and have a look. So it is actually a lot of fun. That comes with experience though, knowing the property, knowing the animals. And I'm getting there. I'm very proud of myself. I'm getting there quicker than I thought I would with all of our different characters that we love so much. And the magic started the first day I was here and I met my Reebs. And all of a sudden I was mesmerized. And then of course I met the lovely Kuchava and she became my favorite very, very quickly. Although I do love all of them. I just feel something special for Kuchava. So what I'm looking for reflections of animals' eyes. I'm looking for general movement and anything that might indicate to me that there might be an animal close by. I'm just on the edge of Quarantine, so I'm not on the main Quarantine road. I'm on Quarantine South, going towards Quarantine West. And I'm hoping, because we're just on the edge of the drainage line, we're kind of between the drainage line and Quarantine, that we might find something here on the fringe. Tammy, animals that are out here are successful at hiding in green and brown grass, because if they weren't, they actually wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. But it really does depend on the animal. So are we comparing impalas and leopards, or are we comparing impalas and chameleons or snakes? So it really does depend on the individual animal, and each one will play to its own strengths. Chameleons you'll find mostly in greener areas. Impalas, if they can, would probably try and hide maybe in a more brown area. So it really does depend on each individual and what species you're looking at. But all of them are equally successful, otherwise they wouldn't all be out here. So they can adapt very easily and very fluidly to the conditions that they find themselves in at the time, otherwise they would never survive. So even if an impala is up on Quarantine and it's nice and green, its back sticking out of the grass with a break in layers of colors it looks like a termite mound when an impala is bent over and it breaks up the shape, so it still camouflages even though it's not green. And if you find a chameleon on the road, you'll find it might be a little bit darker than when it's up in a bush. And so it still manages to camouflage with the road and look a bit like a darker log section or muddy section or a rock. So animals, long story short, are much more versatile and adaptable than people, I think, personally. I think we are much worse at adapting to new environments, new people, new conditions. We like things, a lot of the time, I think humans like things to be done their own way with what they're comfortable with. And that's totally normal, it's totally fine. But animals are much more adaptable than us. They have to take it as it comes, and you either roll with the punches or you don't make it. So it's quite a different world out here. I think that's part of the beauty of it, really. Whoa, Rusty, sorry. I don't know what that is, Odie. It might be a bird. Okay, I'm going to try and figure out what that was. I'll put my light back on it for Odie very quickly. And then we'll see what happens. Okay, so we are trying to work out what that is through the gap. I think it might be a bird, but it is quite high up. Oh, it's just moved its head. It moved very quickly as though it might be a nightjar. Oh, or an owl maybe, the way it moved its head there. It is quite far, unfortunately, so we're getting a lot of reflection of the infrared from the leaves in front. But the way it moved its head and the distance apart of the eyes, maybe something like a small owlet. It's moving its head very quickly for anything else. Yes, it is a bird. I could see it there as it took off. It was a nightjar. Thank you, Owen. Very well spotted. Okay. I am going to carry on a little bit on quarantine. We have got some lovely sounds at the moment. And I think I should do a little bit more exploring before we lose too much light. Oh, wow. Actually, that is beautiful, Owen. Yeah, that is stunning. That sky has been so dramatic tonight, everybody. The different clouds that are coming down. There's a spiral coming down on the left. It looks like a bit like a corkscrew. It's a good thing we spotted that bird. Can appreciate a little bit of the sky. Wow. And just imagine elephants in front of a sunset like that. Just a silhouette. I'm hearing quite a few insects and frogs. And I think it's just so stunning to sit here and take it in.
We are really focusing on trying to get a chameleon, believe it or not. Someone requested one, and now is chameleon time. And I'm also scanning for owls. Twin Dams Road lately has been such a winner for owls, different species. So chameleons, I'm trying my best. Normally, if you know what tree they're in, there's a high chance they'll be there night after night. They are really territorial. Of course, they do switch up trees, especially if there's a threat or an elephant has terrified them and they've dropped out of the tree. But they are, the males especially, are very territorial. And they normally are easy to see, but to be honest, with the vegetation this thick, they could be in the center of a tree and you wouldn't see them. I did not catch that name, but yes, many different types. I touched on some of the ones earlier. Not here, you only find the flap-necked species here, but there are many different types of chameleons across the world. I was lucky enough to see the endemic Namakwa chameleon in Namibia, which is much bigger, different coloration than the flap-neck. And Madagascar really is the place to go for chameleons. World-renowned. Madagascar in itself sort of just evolved on its own, took a different path from the rest of the world, and that's why you find such astounding creatures there. The diversity is just phenomenal, and it's because it was isolated for so long. But chameleons, absolutely. You get the parsons, the panther, the rhino, the dwarf. Incredible array of chameleons. You should Google them and you'll be astounded at what some of them look like. But in this particular area, we only get the flap-neck. But they are also diurnal, so they'll be hiding at night time. We just see them because their body emits a sort of glow. So we spot them, but actually they're diurnal, so they're probably just hiding, trying to get some rest. And here we are trying to find them. This tree ahead's really good for bush babies as well. I think there was a nest here not so long ago. But again, it's just so thick. Could easily be a bush baby there and we would never see it. Oh, chameleon, where are you? I used to be good at getting chameleons. I think I've lost my touch. You've also got to drive pretty slowly at night time if you really do want to spot animals. Okay, what a fantastic bumble it really turned out to be. Definitely Goliath heron. I'm going to go and jump on the phone and gloat to Davy. But for now, it's good night for Team Wendy and we're going to send you over to Tessa to end the drive.
I agree, Lauren. I think you should definitely tell him about it. That is so special. I think he's going to be a little unhappy with you. So we are slowly driving along quarantine and we're just taking in a little bit of this scenery as we're driving. It's not as dark as it normally is at this time of the year. It's been a bit strange the last 2 days. We've had this very red-orange glow on the horizon, lots of cloud cover, and it's been so much lighter than usual. And interestingly enough, I'm not actually seeing any impalas up on quarantine, everybody. Not a single one. Oh, Tammy Lee, I'm so happy that that has made your week. Owen, is that a cat? It is. It's a leopard, everybody. Last minute leopard, last minute leopard, last minute leopard, last minute leopard. I don't know which leopard it is yet. Let's have a look. Oh my gosh. Everybody calm down. It's just a leopard. Yay. can't believe that just happened. Tammy Lee, I loved today's drive and I love it even more now. Goodness gracious, my heart is racing. This is wonderful. This is why there's no impalas on quarantine. It makes sense now. Oh, wow. Owen, can you zoom in on its face?
No, we'd have to get closer.
Ah, all right. Well, we can give it a bash. Let's try and get closer. I want to try and see if we can ID this leopard. I think it would be absolutely wonderful to know who we are looking at. Oh, Danny boy, I am so happy as well. This is fantastic. Hello, gorgeous.
It's a young one, right?
Yeah, it does look quite young. I don't know if anybody wants to help out with an ID there. It is quite tough for us at night. I'm looking through a monitor and so is Owen. But this is amazing. Look at those eyes. Oh. Hello, gorgeous. So I'm pretty sure this leopard is going to be here for a while. Using this open area of quarantine, hoping the impalas come back. Napping until some food comes along. Oh my gosh, everybody, my day, my week, my month has been made. Last minute leopard in true style.
It's female.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a female and fairly young, but not that big, everybody. Not a massive leopard. Oh my gosh, what a day it has been. Elephants, birds, all sorts of wonderful sightings. Ah, yes, it is Cara. Thank you so much, James Richard. We were looking for her earlier, hoping we'd bump into her. And here she comes to save the day. I'm so happy we got to share her and everything else with you today. And hopefully we'll find her again for you tomorrow morning. So please do join us and hopefully we can update you on her movements.